Chapter 162. Shang Ruan stared at Imo Tiange in a daze. She didn't understand what she meant. Imo Tiange stared at Yao Zishu, who was flying in the air, and said slowly, "This life is eternal, this life is eternal, eternal is only one day. In this place, aside from leaving, any wish can be granted. If you want a paradise, I'll give you a paradise. If he wants to hold his head high, I'll give him that." She looked down at Shang Ruan with pity and sadness. "So, it's all fake. Your 3 years were fake, and his core formation was also fake." Shang Ruan was shocked. She didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Imo Tiange continued to say, "This illusory formation will show the things everyone wants the most. Big sister, what you want the most is an undisturbed life for the two of you, and what he wants the most." Imo Tiange didn't continue. Shang Ruan already understood what she meant. Shang Ruan was stunned for a long time before she asked slowly, "Then, what's the result?" Upon seeing Shang Ruan's expression, Imo Tiange almost didn't have the heart to say it, but she had to. "That fellow Daoist Yen has already fallen. We're sure she was bewitched. She was blinded by the illusion and died because her blood essence was exhausted." Shang Ruan was shocked. She stared blankly at her husband who was entangled in the black fog in the air. She didn't say anything for a long time. Death, what he wanted the most, *****. She remembered the first time she met her father's new disciple 90 years ago. "You're called Yao Zishu. Do you know who I am?" Although that young boy had arrogance in his eyes, he didn't treat her like a child. Instead, he bowed cautiously. "Greetings to Senior Marshal Sister." She smiled proudly and pretended to cough twice. Nodding, she said, "Yes, you're very polite." Eldest Marshal Brother teased her. "Little Junior Marshal Brother, you're a bit older than Little Junior Marshal Sister. You can just call her Junior Marshal Sister." "This." The young boy looked at her and said earnestly, "I entered the sect later than Senior Marshal Sister, so I should call her Senior Marshal Sister." She was so happy that she shouted at Eldest Marshal Brother, "Yes, Senior Marshal Sister." She turned around and patted her small chest. "Little Junior Marshal Brother, I'll protect you from now on." She remembered 70 years ago when she just built her foundation. What's so good about that kid? "Listen to me obediently and marry your big brother and I." She knelt in front of her father, motionless, but she held her head high, unwilling to yield. Rebellious daughter. Her father flew into a rage and slammed his palm down on her. Her father, who was at the peak of foundation building, showed almost no mercy in this palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and her meridians were heavily injured, but she still clenched her teeth and refused to let go. Her mother wept at the side. Just listen to your father." "Obedient." "No," she struggled to get up and used all her strength to kneel in front of her father. She said word by word, "Father, if you force me, I will die." No one had ever dared to disobey her father like this, not even herself. But at this moment, she had no regrets. She remembered 60 years ago, when he finally reached the Zhuji phase. "Father, Junior Marshal Brother has built his foundation." She happily ran into the hole. There was no joy on her father's face. Instead, he coldly said, "If you hadn't secretly given him the foundation building pills you hid, how could he have built his foundation?" She was stunned. She didn't understand why her father, who had already tacitly accepted this matter, would be so cold. "Father, didn't you personally accept Junior Marshal Brother as your disciple? Why do you treat him?" "Humph. If it wasn't because his family once had a core formation cultivator and definitely had treasures, why would I accept him with his aptitude?" She never expected her father to say such a thing. "Father!" She shouted in disbelief. You're using Junior Marshal Brother. What do you mean by using or not using? Her father's expression was indifferent. If I hadn't accepted him as my disciple, how could he have lived these several decades of good days? How could he have built his foundation? Won, your big brother and I still misses you. He built his foundation long ago. With his aptitude, it won't be a problem for him to advance to the middle stage of the core formation realm in a dozen or so years. You should calm down. Father, why didn't you promise me that you wouldn't force me to marry big brother and I? Today is different from the past. You can't be willful anymore. Her father's expression was 30% indifferent and 70% complacent. The betrothal gift your uncle and I gave me was a dustless pill. I've been begging for this pill for many years. With this dustless pill, maybe you can enter the core formation realm in one go. Father's great way of core formation is in your hands. She remembered that night, Junior Marshall brother, let's go. Let's go. She grabbed his hand and said while shedding tears. The little boy from back then was now a gentle and steady young man. He held her hand and said in astonishment, Senior Marshall's sister, what's wrong? She said while crying, if we don't go now, it'll be too late. Father still wants me to marry big brother and I. NI family already said that even if I die, they'll carry me into their family. He turned pale with fright and was stunned on the spot. Junior Marshall brother, if we don't go now, it'll be too late. My mother's heart softened, so she let me out. I'll only have one night. Tomorrow. This. His expression was gloomy. After a long time, he finally clenched his teeth and said, all right, Senior Marshall's sister, let's go. We'll go far away and never let them find us again. She remembered the day they got married. There were no guests, no wedding clothes. There were only the ice-cold moonlight and two lonely shadows. With heaven and earth as my witness and the bright moon as my matchmaker, Shang Ruan will marry Yao Zixio and never leave him in this lifetime. He also made a vow, with heaven and earth as my witness and the bright moon as my matchmaker, I, Yao Zixio, will marry Shang Ruan and will live and die together in this lifetime. The ice-cold night wind blew. Not far from them, a pack of wolves howled under the moon, but she felt her whole heart was filled with happiness. Senior Marshall's sister, do you still want to call me Senior Marshall's sister now? He was stunned for a moment before he smiled. You're younger than me, so I'll call you Little Sister Wan from now on. What do you think? She also smiled and called out softly, Big Brother Show. It had been 60 years. Although she didn't have a fixed abode and her cultivation level didn't advance, she had always been very satisfied. Her heart was very big, no one could make her feel happy except for him. Her heart was also very small, as long as she was with him, she would feel happy. Her tears fell. This was the first time she realized that happiness was so far away from her. Be careful. Mo Tiange grabbed Shang Ruan and retreated hastily. The mass of black fog floating in the air suddenly exploded. Yao Zixio opened his eyes, and his momentum soared. The core formation realm. No matter what the reason was, the Yao Zixio in front of her was undoubtedly in the core formation realm. Inside this illusory formation, the illusions created wouldn't disappear unless one's willpower shifted. Otherwise, the illusions were no different from real people. Mo Tiange turned around to look. Fangjing, Lu Xiangxin, and Wang Xiangji also had astonished expressions. Once he regained his senses, Fangjing signaled them with his eyes and shouted in a low voice, Go! The four of them, along with Shang Ruan, who was being pulled by Mo Tiange, fled into the distance. But in the next second, a majestic momentum soared from behind them. Ah! Two blood-curdling screams rang out. Lu and Wang, who were lagging behind, were sent flying. One crashed into a tree trunk while the other fell on a 5 elements platform. Both of them vomited blood. It was unclear whether they were still alive or not. Stop! Yao Zixio shouted loudly. Mo Tiange quickly turned around. Daoist Fangjing, who wasn't too far behind her, also stopped and turned around. At that moment, Yao Zixio's eyes were bloodshot and burning with raging flames. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind, and the momentum of a core formation cultivator assaulted their senses. Yao Zixio slowly swept his gaze over them. His gaze was cold and arrogant, as if he was looking at several ants. In the end, when his gaze fell on Shang Ruan, his cold aura finally relaxed a bit. He said, "Little sister Wan, we can go back now. I can take you back now. Ha 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 ha." In the end, he actually threw his head back and laughed heartily. His voice was incomparably arrogant. Shang Ruan slowly broke free from Mo Tiange's grip, then walked forward step by step. "Big sister Shang." Mo Tiange couldn't help but call out. She could see that although Yao Zixio's cultivation level wasn't possessed by the devil, his mental state was. Right now, he could still recognize Shang Ruan, but who knew if he'd still retain his rationality in the next moment. Shang Ruan's footsteps faltered. She turned around and smiled at Mo Tiange. For some reason, Mo Tiange felt that Shang Ruan's smile looked even more desperate than her crying. Shang Ruan said softly, "Little sister Yi, thank you for being so kind. This matter isn't related to you. In a moment, let's go." Mo Tiange was dumbfounded. She meant. Shang Ruan had already turned around and was flying towards Yao Zixio. Yao Zixio reached out and embraced her. He said complacently, "Little sister Wan, are you happy?" Shang Ruan shook her head and said faintly, "I'm not happy." Yao Zixio wrinkled his brows, then asked anxiously, "Why? All these years, didn't you really want to go back? Now, we can go back justifiably. Your father won't say anything anymore. Is that so?" Shang Ruan's gaze was bone-chilling. "Big brother Xiao, is your current cultivation level real?" Yao Zixio was stunned for a moment before he became furious. "Little sister Wan. What do you mean? Of course my cultivation level is real. Take a look." He pulled Shang Ruan's hand, eager to prove himself. "This is the cultivation technique I obtained just now. As it turns out, there really are fated chances here. The master of this place was a cultivator with great divine power. After he passed away, he sealed his cultivation technique here, and I happened to obtain it." Shang Ruan looked at his complacent appearance indifferently. There was only deep sorrow in her heart. 100 years. 100 years. She finally saw this person clearly, this person she loved the most. As it turned out, in his heart, cultivation had always been the most important thing. As it turned out, this was the result he'd always wanted. She took the jade slip from Yao Zixio's hand and injected her divine sense into it. Soon after, she sneered and threw it back to him. "Big brother Xiao, take a look yourself. See what this is." Yao Zixio received the jade slip with doubt, but his expression changed greatly. Mo Tiange didn't know what happened, but she could make a rough guess. This so-called fated chance was just Yao Zixio's imagination. This jade slip naturally didn't contain any cultivation technique. It was either empty or completely useless. With one look, Yao Zixio naturally knew something was wrong. "No, it's real. It's real." At first, he was mumbling to himself, but in the end, Yao Zixio's expression turned ruthless. He turned around and glared furiously at Mo Tiange and Fangjing. "Did you steal it? Did you? Big brother Xiao." Shang Ruan shouted and grabbed his sleeve. "It has nothing to do with other people. This is an illusory formation, so you're hallucinating. Illusory formation. Hallucination. No, you're lying to me. You're lying to me. Yao Zixio's momentum gushed out. With a wave of his arm, Shang Ruan cried out in alarm and fell from midair. Under Yao Zixio's gaze, Mo Tiange didn't dare to move. She could only watch helplessly as Shang Ruan fell. No matter how weak Yao Zixio was before, inside this illusory formation, he was a genuine core formation cultivator. No matter how arrogant Mo Tiange was, she didn't think she could fight against a core formation cultivator. If she fought, she couldn't win. If she ran, the valley was only this big, so she couldn't escape. Enter the virtual sky world. To enter the virtual sky world, she had to use the incantation, which would take at least 3 breaths of time. However, Yao Zixio was staring at them. If she made even the slightest movement, he might kill them. She didn't have a single breath of time. Big Brother Xiao. Shang Ruan was obviously injured, but she still struggled to get up. Big Brother Xiao, don't. You'll be possessed by the devil. Little Sister Wan, you don't need to say anything. Do you think I don't know? Yao Zixio's eyes were bloodshot, making him look even more demonic. Back then, your father accepted me as his disciple because he fancied my Yao clan's treasures. To make him agree to let you marry me, I offered my Yao clan's ancestors' secret technique. But what did your father do? 10 years later, he still wanted you to marry someone else. Moreover, this time, I was already useless, and he even wanted to kill me. What? Shang Ruan was shocked. My father, you don't know, right? Yao Zixio grinned. His calm and refined demeanor could no longer be seen. His ruthless appearance was even more frightening. Back then, it wasn't because he loved you, his daughter, but because I offered Yao clan's treasures to him. But even so, he only let us off for 10 years. When you came to look for me that day, I already received news that he wanted to kill me. I originally planned to leave by myself, but you came looking for me. I couldn't bear to part with you. Shang Ruan's lips trembled, but she couldn't say anything. It was actually like this. It was actually like this. No wonder he was so eager to cultivate, no wonder he probably wanted to take revenge after he formed his gold core. She suddenly burst into tears. As it turned out, there was no solution. There was no solution at all. She thought she only needed to persuade him, but it turned out he actually had this kind of reason. Even if he was willing to walk out of the illusory formation, he was still thinking about taking revenge. Little Sister Wan, Yao Zixio said softly, don't worry. For your sake, I won't take his life, it'll be enough if I just cripple his cultivation level. Humph. All these years, I've been asking around, but your father didn't succeed in forming his gold core. Retribution, this is retribution. Ha 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 ha. Once he finished laughing, Yao Zixio shifted his gaze towards Mo Tiange and Daoist Fangjing. He said slowly, I'll start with the 2 of you. Come, let me see your skills. Both Mo Tiange's and Daoist Fangjing's expressions darkened. Each of them held their magic tools or magic weapons tightly. Yao Zixio seemed like a cat teasing a mouse. He didn't attack right away, as if he was really waiting to see their skills. After a moment of silence, Mo Tiange said, Fellow Daoist Yao, you don't believe this is an illusory formation. I believe it. Yao Zixio said with his head held high, however, advancing to the core formation realm wasn't an illusion. If it was an illusion, I wouldn't have such a clear feeling. I've really become stronger. This feeling. While he was still reminiscing, Mo Tiange smiled. Yes, it's a feeling, but feelings can be wrong. Yao Zixio glared at her angrily after being denied again. He raised his hand, and a ball made of spiritual aura gradually appeared in his palm. Mo Tiange and Daoist Fangjing became even more nervous. Core formation cultivators could materialize their spiritual aura, so a strike from a spiritual energy ball like that definitely wasn't something foundation-building cultivators like them could withstand. Big Brother Xiao. Shang Ruan shouted, Big Brother Xiao, please let them go. If you want to take revenge, it has nothing to do with them, shut up. Yao Zixio shouted, in the cultivation world, what's the big deal about killing people? You're just being soft-hearted. I'm afraid you'll be possessed by the devil, possessed by the devil. So what if I'm possessed by the devil? Yao Zixio sneered. If I can obtain such formidable power, I'm willing to be possessed by the devil. Besides, what's the harm in being possessed by the devil? Master Song Feng is a great late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but didn't he also kill innocent people? I've never seen his cultivation level affected by being possessed by the devil. What inner devil? What moral integrity? They're all fake. Fake. Shang Ruan couldn't persuade him anymore. She stared blankly at the overbearing Yao Zixio with tears rolling down her cheeks. She said mournfully, what about me? What do you want to do with me? What should I do if you're possessed by the devil? Yao Zixio was silent. His expression softened as if her words touched the softest part of his heart. At that moment, Mo Tiange gave Daoist Fangjing a meaningful glance. The two of them understood each other tacitly and started to make their own preparations. Big Brother Xiao. Do you still remember the vow we made that day? I, Shang Ruan, will marry Yao Zixio and I'll never leave him in this lifetime. Shang Ruan wiped the blood from the corners of her mouth then flew up while swaying. She reached out to him. Big Brother Xiao, don't leave me. Yao Zixio couldn't help but also reach out to hold her hand. His voice also softened. I, Yao Zixio, will marry Shang Ruan and will live and die together in this lifetime. A smile finally appeared on Shang Ruan's face as she leaned towards him. She watched as Yao Zixio couldn't help but pull her into his embrace. A magic tool suddenly appeared and ruthlessly pierced Yao Zixio's heart. Ah! It was Shang Ruan's miserable scream. That short sword-shaped magic tool appeared in Yao Zixio's heart. Yao Zixio held the hilt of the short sword. He exerted some force and the sword was pulled out, creating a trail of blood. He swayed, but he still managed to stand firm. He stared at Shang Ruan, who fell on a 5 elements platform after he swung his arm. His anger soared and he shouted in pain, You actually want to kill me? Shang Ruan fell on the 5 elements platform. She couldn't move at all, but her gaze was smiling. Big Brother Xiao, will never leave you in this lifetime. That being the case, let's die together. With every word she said, she kept vomiting blood. By the time she finished speaking, she was already covered in blood. Mo Tiange couldn't bear to watch. She suddenly regretted telling Shang Ruan that death was the result of falling into her trap. Since Yao Zixio wasn't willing to come out of the illusion, he'd die in the end, so she, live and die together, live and die together. She never thought the love between lovers in the mortal world could be realized in the cultivation world, but now, little sister Wan. Yao Zixio was dumbfounded. He floated in the air in a daze. Blood kept flowing from his heart, but he didn't feel it at all. Core formation, core formation. He suddenly mumbled, I've formed my gold core, but little sister Wan, as if he suddenly realized what had happened, he rushed over, threw himself on Shang Ruan, pulled her up and shouted, Little sister Wan. Little sister Wan. Shang Ruan was still smiling, but she couldn't move anymore. Mo Tiange could see that she was almost certainly going to die. Little sister Wan, but Shang Ruan didn't say anything to him. She just quietly closed her eyes and her breath gradually disappeared. Little Sister Wan. Yao Zishou shouted. Blood and tears gushed out of his eyes. They saw Yao Zishou gradually losing his color. It was as if he was petrified bit by bit. Slowly, he turned into a skeleton wearing a robe. As for the skeleton, it was still tightly hugging Shang Ruan's corpse. Chapter 163. Everything was calm. After a long time, Mo Tiange finally heaved a sigh of relief. Although it was someone else's life or death, it was still tragic for her to see it happen right in front of her. And such a tragic life and death was only because they had deep feelings that cultivators shouldn't have. Realizing that her emotions were fluctuating, she immediately gathered her spirit and qi. Taisheng Wang Qing did not mean that he was emotionless. Wang Qing meant how could he not be moved by emotions. If one had forgotten, the speaker would care about it, and become complacent and forget to say a word. Emotions were innocent, and emotions were innocent. The sinner was Yao Zishou. There were too many things mixed in his emotions. There was ambition, there was grief, there was hatred. It was these things that prevented him from seeing through them. He was unable to enjoy the joy of love and was constantly tormented by it. Sinners are not sentimental, they are just humans. At that moment, they heard Daoist Fangjing shouting, "Fellow Daoist Yi, look!" When Mo Tiange looked towards Yao Zishou and Shang Ruan, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. A misty white light appeared on the bodies of the two people. The light grew brighter and brighter, more and more glaring. All of a sudden, it exploded, and the spiritual energy surged out, causing their auras to churn. They tried to circulate their qi to resist, but they couldn't. The light instantly engulfed them. After an unknown amount of time, Mo Tiange finally felt the spiritual aura slowly subsiding. She opened her eyes and was stunned by the scene in front of her. In front of them was clearly the 5 elements platform that they were previously on. Did that mean that the illusory array was broken? She was delighted, but when she turned around, she was startled. There were indeed several other people either lying or sitting on the other 4 stone platforms, but aside from Daoist Fangjing, none of them were awake. Daoist Fangjing also noticed her. He looked at her and said, "Fellow Daoist Yi." Both of them were bewildered. What was going on? Suddenly, with a shake of his feet, the 5 elements platforms began to move towards the center. After a while, with a rumbling sound, the 5 elements platforms combined into one. A ray of light flashed and turned into a big stone platform. Gold, green, blue, red, and yellow, the 5 colors each occupied a circle. It was just like the 5 elements platform in the illusion array, but this stone platform was ridiculously big. What's going on? Daoist Fangjing looked at her. Mo Tiange didn't answer. Instead, she lowered her head to examine the other people on the ground. Aside from her and Daoist Fangjing, the other 7 people were all on the stone platforms. Even Yan Ruoshu, whose corpse she put into her Qianquan bag inside the illusory formation, was no exception. These people didn't seem to have any external injuries, but their faces were pale and they weren't breathing. Mo Tiange stretched out her hand to feel Yan Ruoshu and the others' pulses. Their pulses had already stopped, so she couldn't pour her spiritual aura into their bodies. She sighed. He's dead. Daoist Fangjing examined Lu Xiangxin and Wang Xiangji, then shook his head. They can't be saved. The two of them looked at each other in confusion. Since Yan Ruoshu's corpse was here, it meant that the illusion formation was a complete fake. Everything they saw and heard in the illusion array was fake. The real them had probably been on the stone platform all this time, not moving at all. But these people still died. Lu Xiangxin and Wang Xiangji were killed by Yao Zishou, who was in the core formation realm. Yan Ruoshu was bewitched by the illusions inside the illusory formation and died after her blood essence was exhausted. Mo Tiange didn't know what the two women Yun and Lu went through, but their willpower wasn't strong and they didn't get along well with each other, so it wasn't impossible for them to be bewitched together in the end. Yao Zixio was bewitched by his own inner demon and bewitched by the illusions, so Shang Ruan was killed by Yao Zixio. Mo Tiange was terrified when she thought about this. This formation was really terrifying. Everything was fake, but the deaths and injuries were real. Fellow Daoist Yi. Daoist Fangjing suddenly called out. He was examining Yao Zixio's corpse just now, but now, he was pointing at Shang Ruan. What's wrong? She seems to be alive, Daoist Fangjing said while looking at Shang Ruan. Mo Tiange was stunned. She stepped forward and touched Shang Ruan's chest. Sure enough, there was still some heat. She hastily took out several green amplifying pills, fed them to Shang Ruan and poured her spiritual aura into her body. After a long time, Shang Ruan finally groaned and woke up. Big Sister Shang. Mo Tiange called softly. Shang Ruan slowly opened her eyes. When she saw Mo Tiange, she was stunned for a moment. Little Sister Yi, don't talk for now. Your injuries are very serious. You should adjust your breathing and heal your injuries first. Shang Ruan didn't do as Mo Tiange said. Instead, she thought for a moment as if she recalled what she experienced in the illusory formation. Her complexion suddenly paled, and she turned around. When she saw Yao Zixio lying next to her with his eyes closed, she immediately threw herself at him. Big Brother Xiao! Big Brother Xiao! Yao Zixio didn't respond. Daoist Fangjing examined him just now. Yao Zixio really died in the same way Yan Ruoshu died in the illusory formation. He lost all his blood essence. Presumably, it was because he was too obsessed with his own illusions that his blood essence was sucked dry. But Mo Tiange couldn't figure out why Shang Ruan was still alive. Lu Xiangxin and Wang Xiangji were both beaten to death by Yao Zixio, but they died for real. It didn't make sense for Shang Ruan to be alive. Big Brother Xiao. After confirming Yao Zixio was dead, Shang Ruan was in a daze and didn't move for a long time. Mo Tiange didn't know what Shang Ruan was thinking, but she knew Shang Ruan's injuries were too serious. If she didn't heal her injuries soon, she would still die. Big Sister Shang. Mo Tiange called softly, but Shang Ruan still didn't respond. Upon seeing Shang Ruan's current state, Mo Tiange heaved a sigh. She gently raised her hand and shot a spiritual aura at Shang Ruan. Shang Ruan instantly fainted. Daoist Fangjing was astonished. Mo Tiange only helped Shang Ruan lie down on the side, then looked up and said, "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, there's only the two of us now. Fellow Daoist, what do you think we should do next?" Daoist Fangjing hesitated for a moment before his gaze swept over the corpses. Since these fellow Daoists are dead, let's deal with their remains first. Mo Tiange understood what he meant by deal with their remains. Among cultivators, if one of their companions died, the remaining people would divide the person's belongings among themselves. Mo Tiange wasn't disgusted by this, but she also wasn't too enthusiastic about it because she didn't lack medicinal pills or spirit stones. Therefore, she just nodded absent-mindedly. If Mo Tiange was with other people, Daoist Fangjing probably wouldn't have said anything and would have taken those people's qianquan bags as if it was a matter of course. However, Daoist Fangjing saw that Mo Tiange obviously carried the habits of elite disciples of cultivation groups and wasn't like other individual cultivators who only cared about profit. Daoist Fangjing was also afraid of her strength, so he restrained himself a bit. In fact, this was also because Daoist Fangjing was too cautious. Mo Tiange was also an individual cultivator and wasn't a young miss from a cultivation group, so she was naturally used to this and basically didn't have any objections. Daoist Fangjing took those 6 people's Qianquan bags one by one. Just as he was about to burn the corpses, he suddenly heard Mo Tiange shout and stopped. Mo Tiange said, "I'll take Yao Zixio's things. Don't burn his corpse for now." Daoist Fangjing nodded, then put Yao Zixio's corpse on the side. He then handed Yao Zixio's Qianquan bag to her and said, "Fellow Daoist Yi, how should we divide this?" "Half each," Mo Tiange answered faintly as she put Yao Zixio's Qianquan bag into Shang Ruan's arms. Daoist Fangjing heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing her answer. If Mo Tiange said she didn't want it, he would have been worried because that would have meant she was either too naive or her temperament wasn't compatible. Furthermore, they were on the 5 Elements platform now and hadn't reached the end of their journey yet. No matter which one it was, there might be problems if they cooperated later. The 2 of them finished dividing the things and burned the corpses. Daoist Fangjing hesitated for a moment, then asked, "Fellow Daoist Yi, should we take Madame Yao with us?" Mo Tiange paused for a moment. If she was alone, she wouldn't mind taking her along. She wasn't a good person who showed excessive kindness, but she found Shang Ruan very pleasing to the eye. Nevertheless, there were only 2 of them now. She could also see that Daoist Fangjing didn't want to take Shang Ruan with him. A seriously injured cultivator who couldn't fight would only drag them down. Mo Tiange thought for a while, then shook her head. "Let's think about how to get out of here first." The illusory formation had been broken, so their thoughts were naturally useless here. However, they didn't know what would happen if they left this stone platform. "Oh! Fellow Daoist Yi, look!" Daoist Fangjing shouted as he pointed towards the depths of the hole. Mo Tiange followed his finger and looked. She was instantly delighted. This place looked like a hall, but the ground was actually empty. There was only this large floating stone platform, and underneath it was a boundless void. Mo Tiange didn't know what it was. The only door in this hall was the one they came in from. Before the illusory formation was activated, it seemed like they could manipulate the stone platforms with their thoughts. But now that the 5 stone platforms had merged into one and the illusory formation had been broken, their thoughts were no longer useful. But now, in the depths of the hall, where the stone wall used to be, a door had appeared. Apparently, the illusory formation had been broken, and the entrance leading to the depths of the Immortal's cave had also been opened. Mo Tiange quickly calmed down after feeling delighted. "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, this illusory formation alone is already so brilliant. If we want to continue, we have to be even more careful." An excited expression appeared on Daoist Fangjing's face as he nodded repeatedly. For him, there was nothing more important than fated chances. Although they didn't obtain any benefits from the illusory formation trial, the illusory formation was so powerful, so if they could find something, it definitely wouldn't be simple. Since they came this far, there was no reason to turn back. Although Mo Tiange didn't want treasures as urgently as Daoist Fangjing, she also had no reason to retreat. It has to be said that even if Qin Shoujing had a nascent soul cultivator as an ancestor, he still had to walk his own path of cultivation. He couldn't rely on his elders for everything. If he didn't experience it himself, he would never grow under the wings of his elders. But how are we going to get there? Under the stone platform was an endless void, but they didn't know what it was. If this was a killing formation and they triggered something, Daoist Fangjing also frowned. Among the 9 people who came here, 6 died and 1 was seriously injured. Now, only the 2 of them were still in good condition. He didn't have much time left in his lifespan. He urgently needed fated chances, but he also cherished his life even more. After thinking for a while, Daoist Fangjing heaved a sigh. He opened the spiritual beast pouch on his waist and released a spiritual beast. It was a first-rank bird. Daoist Fangjing stroked the bird's head, then released it, letting the bird fly into the depths of the hall according to his instructions. The bird screeched, then flapped its wings and flew in the direction he pointed. The two of them watched on with trepidation, but they saw the bird successfully reaching the other end of the hall and going through the door. After a while, the bird went through the door again and flew back. Daoist Fangjing was delighted. It's very safe. Fellow Daoist Yi, let's go. Right after he said that, he took the lead and flew away. Mo Tiange looked at Shang Ruan, who was lying unconscious on the ground. She sighed, then took out a medicine bottle and put it in her pocket. She also summoned the white silk handkerchief and followed after them. Chapter 164. Mo Tiange stepped onto the white silk handkerchief and entered the door inside the main hall. She looked around and saw that it was still a narrow stone passage, just like when they came in. However, the walls here were inlaid with moonstones, so they didn't need to light a fire like when they came in. Moonstones rarely lasted for several thousand years. An immortal's cave from several thousand years ago should be as dark as the passage they first came in, so how could there still be moonstones here? Daoist Fangjing also thought so. The two of them stood in front of the wall and pried off a moonstone each. This, after studying it for a while, Daoist Fangjing said, seems to be mother moonstones. Mo Tiange was confused. Daoist Fangjing looked carefully for a while, then nodded. Yes, there's a moonstone mine here. These are all mother moonstones, so they can last for so long. In terms of experience, Daoist Fangjing had mingled in both the cultivation world and the secular world for several hundred years, so he naturally had a lot of experience. Upon hearing what he said, Mo Tiange nodded, then threw the mother of moonstone into her qianquan bag, then continued to walk forward. Although moonstone mines were rare, they had no other use in the cultivation world except for illumination, so they weren't precious. The two of them cautiously walked on the stone slabs. Ever since they entered Kunwu, they'd encountered countless dangerous situations, so Mo Tiange had always been cautious. In her opinion, Daoist Fangjing's behavior was very similar to second uncle's. Her way of doing things was developed when she was with second uncle, so she and Daoist Fangjing were very compatible. This time, Daoist Fangjing let the first-rank bird explore the way in front of them. The two of them walked without any mishaps. There were several traps in the passage, but the spiritual aura had dissipated due to the passage's long history. With the bird leading the way, they managed to avoid them one by one. However, they found several corpses on the ground. These corpses were intertwined with each other and had all turned into skeletons. Their clothes had long been rotten, leaving only a few damaged magic tools and intact qianquan bags. Among the corpses, there were some treasures, materials, or magic weapons. Daoist Fangjing immediately looked happy and crouched down to pick them up. Mo Tiange shouted, "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, wait!" Daoist Fangjing looked up at her with vigilance in his eyes. At his age, he'd gone through many adventures and seen his companions fighting over things. Now that he heard Mo Tiange shouting at him to stop, he immediately became vigilant. Based on his expression, how could Mo Tiange not guess what he meant? Nevertheless, she only said faintly, "There are so many skeletons here, and they weren't a group of people. However, all of them died here, so maybe there's some mystery behind it." Upon hearing what she said, Daoist Fangjing finally relaxed and once again looked carefully. Sure enough, there were more than 20 corpses on this passage, which was only about 100 feet long. They were almost densely packed together, and there was no place for them to step on. Looking at their postures, they were all twisted together in groups of 2 or 3, as if they were going to perish together. Daoist Fangjing was so terrified that he broke out in a cold sweat. Judging from their postures, these people had fought each other to death. Moreover, their corpses were of different degrees of age. The bones of the newer corpses were snow white while the bones of the older corpses were black. A cultivator's body didn't have any impurities, so it wouldn't rot. However, it would turn into spiritual aura and disperse, but the bones left behind could be preserved for a long time. Based on the color of the bones, one could tell how long they'd been dead. The skeletons in front of them were of different bone types. Among them, the blackest ones had almost turned into a pile of black ash, which meant they'd been dead for at least several thousand years. However, there were also some snow-white ones among them, which meant they'd been dead for no more than 1,000 years. They all knew how powerful the illusory formation outside was. Out of 9 people, only the 2 of them made it here in one piece. Besides, the spiritual aura fluctuation outside the valley couldn't have existed all the time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have never heard of it. In other words, not many people came here in the past several thousand years. The magic weapons, magic tools, and rare materials scattered all over the ground also proved that no one left safely. That being the case, how could the treasures in front of them be taken at will? Daoist Fangjing couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed when he realized this. In the beginning, he didn't take Imo seriously. He only thought she was a disciple who just left the cultivation group. Although her cultivation level was high, her ability was probably very ordinary, just like Giga School's Lu and Wang. However, he never thought she'd wake him up with a single sentence in the illusory formation. Now that she was here, she was much calmer than him. After experiencing these 2 things, he no longer dared to look down on Imo. Fellow Daoist Yi, in your opinion, there's something wrong with this path, Imo said slowly. It seems to be able to confuse people's minds. Even inside the illusory formation, her spirit-concealing pendant didn't feel anything strange because the illusory formation didn't erode people's minds. Instead, it tested people's temperament and willpower. However, as soon as she approached this path, her spirit-concealing pendant instantly turned ice-cold as if it was warning her. The cultivators who could reach this place must have passed the illusory formation on the 5 elements platforms, so their temperaments should be extremely stable. Aside from willpower problems, what other reason could make them lose their rationality and commit suicide together? These people understood the principle of being alive to enjoy natural treasures. How did fellow Daoist Yi know? Imo said faintly, I have a magic tool that can sense things that confuse people. After giving a simple explanation, she didn't say anything else. She had a unique treasure on her, so she didn't need to explain it too clearly. Daoist Fangjing was also a smart person, so he didn't ask any more questions. The 2 of them carefully searched for any strange objects in their surroundings. This stone path wasn't different from the previous one. It was a simple stone path carved out of the mountain. The only difference was that the ground was a bit flat, and the mountain wall was inlaid with moonstones. Oh! As soon as she approached the stone wall, the spirit-concealing pendant's ice-cold feeling became even stronger. Could it be that there was something wrong with the stone wall? Imo pondered for a moment, then took out her flying sword to pry out another moonstone from the stone path. The lustrous white light wasn't any different from the moonstones from before, but this faint spiritual aura gave her a familiar feeling. Fellow Daoist Yi. Daoist Fangjing suddenly shouted, this isn't a moonstone. As he said that, he immediately took out heart-calming talismans, stuck one on himself, then gave another to Imo. Imo didn't feel anything out of the ordinary. In the illusory formation, it was her own emotions that were fluctuating, so the spirit-concealing pendant was useless. However, in this place, it was an external factor that had no effect on her due to the spirit-concealing pendant. Nevertheless, after some thought, she still took the heart-calming talisman and stuck it on herself. She then held the moonstone and asked, fellow Daoist said this isn't a moonstone. Then what is it? This is a bewitching moonstone. Daoist Fangjing wasn't as relaxed as Imo. He forced himself to calm down, then answered, a kind of bewitching moonstone is often found in moonstone mines. This kind of thing can cause people to hallucinate, so it's a good material for making illusory formations. However, although moonlight stone mines are not rare, bewitching moonlight stones are very rare, and not many people know about them. I only saw a small piece in a secret shop a few decades ago, and that small piece was auctioned for over 1,000 spirit stones. At this point, Daoist Fangjing's gaze was filled with excitement. I never expected the master of this immortal's cave could actually find so many bewitching moonstones. If I can take all of them. As she quietly sensed the spiritual aura emitted by this bewitching moonstone, a thought flashed through Mo Tiange's mind. She suddenly thought of something. She reached into her Qiankuan bag and rummaged through it. She took out several jade fragments and compared them with this bewitching moonstone. Sure enough, they were made of the same material. It was just that these fragments had exhausted their spiritual aura and were already broken. More than 10 years ago, when she just built her foundation, she and Wei Jiaxi once encountered the bewitching twin monsters during the demonic beast riot. The bewitching twin monster was born with wisdom. It designed an illusory formation that almost made the two of them kill each other. In the end, she obtained this jade fragment. Now, it seemed this jade fragment was indeed a bewitching moonstone. Upon realizing this, Mo Tiange couldn't help but feel apprehensive as she looked at the wall full of bewitching moonstones. Back then, a formation laid with only a piece of stone was able to trap her and Wei Jiaxi, two foundation building cultivators. There were so many bewitching moonstones here. If they were all used to lay a formation, wouldn't its power be so great that even nascent soul cultivators would find it difficult to escape? Just like Daoist Fangjing, Mo Tiange's eyes also lit up. The two of them didn't say anything. Each of them picked up their flying swords, then cautiously pried the bewitching moonstones on the wall. However, if this thing could be broken so easily, so many cultivators wouldn't have died here. After approaching the bewitching moonstones for a long time, Mo Tiange realized she wasn't very clear-headed. Fortunately, she had the spirit-concealing pendant, so she immediately distanced herself from them. Just as she was about to warn Daoist Fangjing, she raised her head and saw a sword flash in front of her. Daoist Fangjing's eyes shone with an ominous glint as he thrust the small flying sword he used to pry the bewitching moonstones at her. Mo Tiange raised her hand, creating a spiritual aura wall to block Daoist Fangjing's thrust. Soon after, she retreated and lifted her hand to release the shuttle of flying Apsara. Without saying a word, Daoist Fangjing put away the small flying sword and took out his horsetail whisk. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, thousands upon thousands of needle-like strands of horsetail whisk shot towards her. Although the quality of this horsetail whisk magic tool wasn't as good as her shuttle of flying Apsara, Mo Tiange didn't dare to look down on it. Daoist Fangjing's spiritual aura was rich, so although his magic tool wasn't very good, its power was great. She immediately flung her sleeve and threw the white silk handkerchief, which turned into a wall and blocked his attack. Taking advantage of this gap, Mo Tiange shouted, "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, wake up." Daoist Fangjing didn't react at all. He was still rushing towards her with his head covered. Mo Tiange had no choice but to use the shuttle of flying Apsara to tie him down while retreating. Although Daoist Fangjing wasn't weak, he couldn't be considered much compared to Xianqing School's elite disciples. It was just that Mo Tiange didn't want to hurt him. At this point, she only had Daoist Fangjing as her companion, and the master of this place was very good at hallucinatory techniques. Who knew what she would encounter later? Having someone to keep her company and remind her from time to time was much better than being alone. However, Daoist Fangjing, who was in front of her, showed no signs of waking up. He was still attacking her mercilessly. Mo Tiange felt helpless. She kept parrying his attacks while slowly retreating. After all, this place was too close to the bewitching moonstone. If she was a bit further away, the effect would probably be a bit weaker. Daoist Fangjing's gaze finally became sober after he retreated about 100 feet. He stopped attacking and said with astonishment, "Fellow Daoist Yi, this." Mo Tiange heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that he had regained his consciousness. It's good that fellow Daoist has regained his consciousness. This bewitching moonstone is really powerful. Chapter 165. Although Daoist Fangjing regained his consciousness, the problem still wasn't solved. They were at the entrance of this stone path, but Daoist Fangjing was still affected even with heart-calming talismans. If they went deeper, Mo Tiange wasn't sure she could pass. Thus, they reached an impasse. The two of them discussed several methods, but they still couldn't find a solution. There were so many bewitching moonstones that they couldn't pass with their current strength. What should we do? Daoist Fangjing turned around and asked. After being reminded by Mo Tiange again and again, he was now used to asking this junior for advice. Mo Tiange couldn't think of a solution, but she was unwilling to turn back. In the previous trial, 6 out of 9 people died, 1 was half dead, and only 2 were in good condition. How could she be willing to turn back after paying such a price? But she wasn't strong enough. Perhaps the master of this place laid this path to stop cultivators below the core formation realm. If they forced their way through, wouldn't they lose their lives? Mo Tiange pondered for a while, then clenched her teeth. We can't take this path anymore. Fellow Daoist Fangjing, let's find another way. This. Daoist Fangjing was obviously unwilling. With a reluctant expression on his face, he looked at the bewitching moonstone's passage several times. Mo Tiange said, "With our current strength, we can't pass this path. I don't want to lose my life here." Daoist Fangjing also hesitated upon hearing that. He naturally understood that Mo Tiange was different from him. Based on the numerous treasures she had, she should be a disciple of a big cultivation group. She had such a high cultivation level at such a young age, so it wasn't worth the risk. If his companions were the same as him, they might grit their teeth and go through it together, just like the cultivators who died here. However, he couldn't summon the courage to do so without a companion. This kind of hallucinatory thing affected people's minds. It didn't mean they wouldn't kill each other if they didn't have a companion. If they lost their minds, they'd go crazy. At that time, even if there was no companion, they'd still hurt themselves. Alright, since fellow Daoist Yi said so. Daoist Fangjing finally made up his mind. Although he didn't have much time left in his lifespan, he wasn't completely hopeless. He was unwilling to die here. He thought for a while, then said, "But should we look for another place?" Not to mention Daoist Fangjing, even Mo Tiange felt unwilling. He had nearly lost his life when he descended the valley. In the illusory formation, he had seen the others die or get heavily injured. In the end, he was unable to take another step forward. How could he be willing to give up? All right. However, fellow Daoist Fangjing, if we can't find it, it's best we leave as soon as possible. Of course, Daoist Fangjing hastily answered. This place was filled with danger. Of course, he didn't want to stay any longer. She watched as Daoist Fangjing knocked on the short passage and carefully examined it, but she just stood there and didn't move. She wondered what was wrong with the whole thing. First of all, although the spiritual qi coming from the valley was pure, it wasn't vast. If a cultivator above the core formation stage were to pass by, they wouldn't care at all. As for when they went down the valley, with their cultivation levels, they could only barely pass through, which was why aura refining cultivators were blocked outside the valley. However, if they were core formation cultivators, it would be very easy for them. Then there was the illusory formation. If a core formation cultivator went through the trial of the inner demon, even if they couldn't break the illusory formation, they would still be scared but not in danger. They definitely wouldn't end up with such a tragic outcome like the 6 dead and 1 injured core formation cultivator. Based on these previous characteristics, they came to a conclusion: although they didn't know who left this valley behind, it was targeted at foundation-building cultivators. However, foundation-building cultivators simply didn't dare to step on this path. No matter how they thought about it, it didn't seem right. In that case, either this path was fake and there was another path leading to the next step, or the owner of this place was too vile and deliberately set up this trap. Once she thought up to this point, Emotianga once again wondered what kind of existence this valley was in the end. Judging from the valley's illusory formation and the layout of this bewitching moonstone passage, the owner of this place obviously had a powerful cultivation level. She guessed he must have been in the nascent soul realm or above. An immortal's cave left behind by a nascent soul cultivator should have been of interest to other nascent soul cultivators. In that case, it seemed like the owner deliberately wanted to attract foundation-building cultivators. Once she thought up to this point, Emotianga was terrified. Soon after, she recalled that this immortal's cave had obviously been empty for a long time, so there shouldn't be any sinister purpose. But how could she explain the owner's actions? What about the cultivators who died under the bewitching moonstone? Deliberately attracting foundation-building cultivators and letting them die here, what benefit did the owner of this immortal's cave get? Or was it really just a vile interest? A vile interest that could cost human lives, wasn't it too cruel? Fellow Daoist Yi. Daoist Fangjing suddenly called out in surprise. Emotianga turned around and saw Daoist Fangjing pointing at a stone wall. Look, there's a door here. Emotianga walked closer to take a closer look. Sure enough, there was a fine crack on the stone wall that looked like a door. Let me try. As Daoist Fangjing said that, he retreated a little, then swung his horsetail whisk. The whisk's wisps surged with spiritual aura as he struck the door with all his might. A loud noise came from the stone door, but it was easily pushed open. Emotianga was stunned. This seemed a bit too easy. The two of them cautiously looked inside. It seemed to be a stone room. It was smaller than the main hall, but it was a bit bigger than ordinary stone rooms in immortals' caves. It looked like a small hall. It was empty inside, with only a few stone sculptures and a few large round stones hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the entire room. Sunstone. Daoist Fangjing cried out in surprise. Sunstone. Emotianga was puzzled. Correct. Daoist Fangjing smiled. Fellow Daoist Yi, with these sunstones, even if we return now, this trip won't be in vain. Oh. Daoist Fangjing explained, for us cultivators, moonstones are only used for illumination, just like the lamps in the mortal world. However, these sunstones can produce the effect of sunlight, and they can even be used to produce sun-real fire. The effect of sunlight, sun-real fire. Emotianga only took a moment to understand how precious this thing was. There was no need to mention sun-real fire, it was one of the 3 best real fires for concocting medicinal pills and refining tools. In the cultivation world, the furnace fire used for concocting medicinal pills and refining tools was also very particular. Cultivators could use Dantian real fire to concoct medicinal pills and refine tools, but using Dantian real fire required too much spiritual aura. Even nascent soul cultivators would be exhausted if they used Dantian real fire for a long time. Therefore, all cultivators with the right conditions used external fires. The so-called external fires included heavenly fire and earthly fire. Heavenly fire was the fire of the sun, but using the fire of the sun involved quite complicated formations and tools. As for earthly fire, Danding School's original Mount Tianhua was a typical example of earthly fire. The extreme of heavenly fire was sun-real fire, the extreme of earthly fire was earthly pole-real fire, and there was also Samadhi real fire, which was the number one fire above the other two. These three fires were called the three great real fires. Samadhi real fire only existed in legends. No one had seen it for many years, and even the method to cultivate this fire was lost. Therefore, the best external fires for concocting medicinal pills and refining tools in the world were sun real fire and earthly pole real fire. If this sunstone could produce sun real fire, its value definitely wouldn't be lower than that of a small vein of earthly fire. If it was sold, its price would probably reach more than 10,000 spirit stones. If that was the case, with this sunstone, their trip wouldn't just be worthwhile, it would be a great harvest. However, Mo Tiange didn't think they could obtain this sunstone easily. Based on the previous trials, it didn't make sense for them to obtain benefits so easily this time. Daoist Fangjing also thought so the two of them were extremely careful. They first let the bird explore the path and only stepped into this stone room after they confirmed there were no problems. However, when they reached the stone slab at the entrance, a rumble suddenly rang out and the stone door behind them instantly dropped. The two of them simply didn't have time to react and were already locked inside the stone room. After a moment of shock, Mo Tiange calmed down. If she didn't react at all, it would have been even more strange. This journey was full of dangers. If the treasure was right in front of them and they were allowed to take it, there would probably be even more vicious traps behind them. The two of them stopped in place. Mo Tiange asked, "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, what do you think will be here?" Daoist Fangjing stroked his beard. "In front of us are miasma, gales, illusory formations, and bewitching moonlight stones. Every place is dangerous, so I'm afraid this trial won't be easy. However, if you think about it carefully, the miasma and gales will test our defensive methods, the illusory formations will test our temperament and willpower, and the bewitching moonlight stones will test whether we can resist the temptation of treasures all over the ground and whether we can control ourselves and not lose our minds. However, none of these trials tested our ability in fights of magical powers. In my opinion, it's very possible that..." Before he could finish speaking, they suddenly heard an earth-shaking sound as if something was knocking heavily on the stone wall. Mo Tiange turned around and found the source of the sound. She furrowed her brows. It was the first stone statue leaning against the wall in the stone room. It suddenly took a step forward and walked heavily towards them. Daoist Fangjing also saw it, causing his breathing to stagnate. The two of them didn't take this stone sculpture seriously at all. When they saw it just now, they thought it was just a decoration of this place, like a mural carved on the wall. But in the blink of an eye, it actually turned into a living creature. Fellow Daoist Yi, this, Mo Tiange had already activated her protective aura and summoned the white silk handkerchief and the shuttle of flying Apsara. The answer to what this trial was about had already appeared. Daoist Fangjing's guess was right, this trial tested their ability in fights of magical powers. This stone sculpture was more than 10 feet tall, which was equivalent to the height of two people. Its facial features were clearly carved, it was in the shape of a warrior. The iron armor on its body was even more distinct, and the stone sword in its hand was also carved with visible lines. A moment ago, it clearly didn't have any spiritual aura, but now it was full of spiritual aura, just like a peak stage foundation building cultivator. Mo Tiange quickly calculated in her mind. Both she and Daoist Fangjing were in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Although this stone sculpture was equivalent to a peak stage foundation building cultivator, it was, after all, an inanimate object with a cumbersome body. Presumably, it wouldn't be difficult to defeat it. However, the sound this stone sculpture made when it stepped on the ground was akin to an earthquake, so it most likely used a lot of strength. Mo Tiange had to be careful not to use her body to resist it. Just as she was thinking, the stone sculpture arrived in front of them step by step. It lifted its arm and swung its stone sword down heavily. Chapter 166. Neither of them dared to fight the stone sword head-on. The moment the stone sculpture swung down, Mo Tiange and Daoist Fangjing both dodged it. With a loud rumble, the flagstones on the ground caved in and shattered. Both Mo Tiange and Daoist Fangjing's expressions changed. They knew a nascent soul cultivator's Immortal's cave must have been reinforced with materials, but the sword the stone sculpture swung down didn't seem to use much strength, yet it easily pierced through the flagstones. They asked themselves if they could do it. Without much time to think, the stone sculpture swung its sword again. The power of this sword strike was also very fierce. However, just as they guessed, this stone sculpture's strength was great and its body was cumbersome, but its speed was also very slow. And speed was precisely what she was good at. Stepping on the white silk handkerchief, Mo Tiange dashed away without being touched by the stone sculpture in the slightest. Daoist Fangjing also judged the situation in a flash. After he dodged the stone sculpture's second attack, he swung the horsetail whisk in his hand. The whisk turned into thousands of long threads that pierced the stone sculpture. In Mo Tiange's opinion, Daoist Fangjing's horsetail whisk wasn't a high-grade magic tool, but she didn't know how Daoist Fangjing refined it, but it was extremely powerful. This technique of transforming whisks into threads was similar to the flying needle she often used to launch sneak attacks. Moreover, while the flying needles were tangible, the whisks were intangible, and the only thing that increased was the spiritual aura. The thousands of whisks suddenly flew at an extremely fast speed. The stone sculpture couldn't dodge them, or rather, it didn't dodge them at all. Its entire body was enveloped by the whisks. The spiritual aura surged and countless dust rose. Both Mo Tiange and Daoist Fangjing were stunned. Soon after, they both retreated, held their breaths, and waved their sleeves. This Immortal's cave had been closed for countless years, so the stone sculpture was already covered in dust. Daoist Fangjing's attack sent all the dust flying. The two of them didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They made such a blunder as soon as they attacked. However, the stone sculpture wasn't damaged at all. The two of them couldn't help but look serious. Fellow Daoist Yi. Daoist Fangjing's expression darkened. This thing's defense is amazing, it can't be damaged. Mo Tiange didn't know, but he clearly knew that he had painstakingly practiced this shape-shifting technique for more than 100 years. If he used it on a late-stage foundation-building cultivator, his defensive barrier would be broken, but this stone sculpture wasn't affected at all. Once Daoist Fangjing spoke, the stone sculpture paused for a moment as if it was listening to him. In the next second, it adjusted its direction, then suddenly swung its sword at Daoist Fangjing. The power of this sword strike was indeed terrifying. Daoist Fangjing managed to dodge it in time, but he was still injured by the sword aura, causing him to let out a muffled groan. Mo Tiange acted just in time. The shuttle of flying Apsara transformed into several golden rays that flew towards the stone statue. After several poochie-poochie sounds, Mo Tiange's expression darkened. The flying Apsara shuttle's golden light didn't even leave a mark on the stone statue. Ever since she obtained the shuttle of flying Apsara, Mo Tiange had always relied on this magic tool. Later on, she heard from Lord Daoist Jinghe that its main material was thousand-year-old gold essence which was mixed with heavenly transformation stone, making it comparable to a magic weapon. It was a magic tool he specially made for Qin Shoujing when he built his foundation. Thousand-year-old gold essence was usually used on flying swords to increase their sharpness, so although the shuttle of flying Apsara didn't have any sharp edges, it was still very sharp. Up until now, she hadn't encountered anything that could be cut by the golden rays. Nevertheless, the shuttle of flying Apsara was completely useless against this stone statue. Mo Tiange's expression darkened. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. However, she suddenly heard Daoist Fangjing, who was struggling under the stone statue's attack, shouting, "Use spells. Use spells to attack." Mo Tiange was startled, but she immediately reacted. She withdrew the shuttle of flying Apsara, then made a hand seal to cast the cold wind spell. Stone came from earth, wood suppressed earth, wind came from wood, water came from wood. This cold wind spell was a compound spell of the 5 elements, which included water and wood elements. The stone statue's speed was originally slow, so the cold wind spell just happened to hit its weak point. Once the cold wind spell was cast, the stone statue slowed down and its speed became even slower. Although its strength and sword aura were astonishing, its speed was extremely slow. It simply couldn't hit Daoist Fangjing's body. Daoist Fangjing was finally able to extricate himself. Fellow Daoist Yi. Daoist Fangjing's breathing was heavy. Obviously, his injuries weren't light. Earth suppresses water, it'd be better to directly use a wood entanglement spell to bind it. I tested it just now. Its sword aura is in a straight line, so we just need to avoid it. Mo Tiange didn't say anything and just nodded. Instead of using the cold wind spell, she clasped her hands together, condensed spiritual aura, and started to cast the high-level wood element spell, Rustling Fallen Wood. Countless withered leaves rose, the wind whistled, and countless vines grew from the ground, binding the stone statue. Wood spiritual aura shot towards the stone statue. Under the green light that filled the sky, the stone statue was bound by the vines and couldn't budge. It wanted to brandish its sword, but the vines once again wrapped around its sword-wielding hand. Neither the horsetail whisk or the shuttle of flying Apsara could break the stone statue. Under the entanglement of wood's spiritual aura, it was finally firmly restrained. But this wasn't the end. Although this stone statue was restrained by wood's spiritual aura, Mo Tiange's cultivation level wasn't high enough, so she couldn't directly knock it down and could only bind it. Moreover, this stone statue's strength was astonishing, so it would take a lot of effort to bind it. Fellow Daoist Fangjing. Mo Tiange couldn't help but furrow her brows when she sensed the spiritual aura in her body was draining like crazy. I'm consuming too much spiritual aura, I can't hold on for too long. Daoist Fangjing also clasped his hands together and started to cast a wood element spell. With Daoist Fangjing's support, Mo Tiange finally heaved a sigh of relief. She had never encountered an opponent who directly relied on formidable strength like this. Even though it was a stone statue without any intelligence, it was still very difficult to deal with. She recalled the time she encountered a 5th-rank double-headed eagle during the demonic beast riot. Her cultivation level was a bit lower than it was now, but she didn't feel this helpless. She couldn't blame the ancients for saying one strong man can defeat 10 skilled men. The hardest technique to crack was having no technique at all. Amidst the sky-filling green light, the stone statue once again turned around to listen, seemingly looking for the source of the spiritual aura. Mo Tiange's heart stirred. She raised her hand and threw the shuttle of flying Apsara again. This time, it turned into a long golden thread and shot towards the stone statue's ears. This time, the golden thread drilled into the stone statue's ears without any obstruction. With a soft rip, the stone statue's body became heavy and it stopped moving. Mo Tiange stopped casting the spell and focused on controlling the shuttle of flying Apsara. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. A moment later, the momentum from the stone statue's body dissipated and it finally stopped moving. However, in an instant, it released a strange spiritual aura. Daoist Fangjing finally caught his breath. He asked, "Fellow Daoist Yi, how did you know its weakness was its ears?" Mo Tiange wiped the sweat on her face and answered, "Fellow Daoist, did you notice? Before it makes a move, it always listens first." I see. Daoist Fangjing sighed in admiration. He thought in his heart that women were indeed more meticulous. Although he noticed something was wrong, he didn't expect this to be its weakness. Mo Tiange put away the shuttle of flying Apsara and the white silk handkerchief, then looked at Daoist Fangjing. "Fellow Daoist, how's your injury?" Daoist Fangjing hastily swallowed a medicinal pill, then shook his head. "It's nothing. It's just a small injury." Mo Tiange didn't ask any more. She walked forward, then crouched down to examine the stone statue. When she was controlling the shuttle of flying Apsara, she sensed that the inside of the stone statue wasn't made of stone like the outside. However, no matter how she looked at it, it was a whole piece of stone without any cracks. After Daoist Fangjing took the medicinal pill, he also walked towards her and said, "That's strange. This stone is so hard, how can we open it?" Mo Tiange tilted her head and pondered for a moment, then she started to feel the stone statue's head. There weren't any connecting gaps, but there were traces of casting. In other words, this stone statue could actually be melted. She wondered what kind of real fire would be needed to melt such a hard stone. Could this be the art of engineering? She muttered to herself. The art of engineering had been lost in the cultivation world for a long time. She only heard that some people could make aura refining puppets to guard mansions and serve tea, but their fighting abilities were weak. This stone statue obviously didn't have any external spiritual aura supporting it, but its cultivation level was in the peak stage of the foundation building realm. If it was the art of engineering, wouldn't it have been lost a long time ago? Fellow Daoist Yi also knows about the art of engineering. Daoist Fangjing asked curiously. Mo Tiange raised her head. "I read about it in a book." Could it be that Daoist Fangjing knows about this technique? Daoist Fangjing smiled bitterly. "Of course not. The art of engineering has long been lost. I'm just an individual cultivator, how could I possibly learn it? It's just that I'm an old man who's lived for a long time, so I've heard a lot. I've also heard a bit about the art of engineering." "Oh. Then what does fellow Daoist think about this stone statue? Is it the art of engineering?" "It's very similar." Daoist Fangjing nodded. Cultivators can also use spiritual aura to control puppets. That's not the art of engineering, but this thing can move freely without an owner, so it should be the art of engineering. Mo Tiange also thought the same. In that case, didn't the master of this place know the real art of engineering? After staring at the stone sculpture for a long time, Mo Tiange finally said, "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, I want this thing. If there's anything else later, you can choose first. What do you think?" "This." Daoist Fangjing hesitated. He naturally also wanted this stone sculpture. If he brought it out, he could sell it to cultivation clans or cultivation groups. For people who wanted to study the art of engineering, a peak stage foundation building puppet should be worth at least several thousand spirit stones, right? However, when he saw how determined Mo Tiange was, he nodded without hesitation. Firstly, he didn't want to offend her. Secondly, she promised him some benefits, so he'd only lose some spirit stones. "Alright, this thing isn't very useful to me. If fellow Daoist Yi wants it, I'll give it to you." Mo Tiange smiled, then put the stone sculpture into her Qiankuan bag. "Thank you. I'll definitely keep my promise. If there are treasures later, fellow Daoist can take more." Daoist Fangjing smiled. Just as he was about to say something polite, his expression suddenly changed. He looked behind Mo Tiange and said, "Fellow Daoist Yi, look." Upon hearing Daoist Fangjing's cry of alarm, Mo Tiange turned around and her expression also changed. All of a sudden, the other stone sculptures started to move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 stone sculptures. The 2 of them were deathly pale. Even though they already knew the weaknesses of the stone sculptures, there were still too many of them. Mo Tiange didn't have much time to think. She flew up and stopped in midair. The shuttle of flying Apsara turned into a golden ray and went straight for the ears of one of the stone sculptures. That stone sculpture paused, then raised its sword. Its sword aura soared to the sky and blocked the golden ray. Mo Tiange clenched her teeth. Just now, she used the shuttle of flying Apsara while she was trapped by a wood element spell, so the stone sculptures couldn't react at all. But it was different now. No matter how slow these stone sculptures' reactions were, their sword aura was so powerful that they could block it with just a raise of their hands. What should I do? Her mind raced, but she couldn't think of a solution. Chapter 167. Each of the 5 stone statues was in the late stage of the foundation building realm. Mo Tiange glanced at them and quickly analyzed the situation in her mind. Since the door was already closed, this was a secret room. Aside from defeating these stone statues, there was no other way. They already knew the stone statues' weaknesses, but how to crack their sword aura was still a problem. Each of these 5 stone statues had extraordinary strength. When they brandished their swords, their sword aura was overbearing, interweaving into a sword net. Even if they were slow, her shuttle of flying Apsara couldn't break them. Moreover, these stone statues didn't have consciousness, so even a hallucinatory item like the enchanting lantern couldn't affect them. Should I defeat them one by one? Mo Tiange looked at Daoist Fangjing and said, "Fellow Daoist, I'll deal with 4, you deal with 1. Daoist Fangjing immediately nodded. All right. If it was one-on-one, even if their cultivation levels were slightly lower, it wouldn't be too difficult to kill them if they knew their weaknesses. After reaching an agreement with Daoist Fangjing, Mo Tiange stood in midair, took out a talisman from her Qianquan bag and sighed. As the advanced inner disciple of a nascent soul cultivator, how could she not have any treasures? All these years, although Lord Daoist Jinghe didn't teach her about cultivation, he didn't hesitate to give her other things. This time, when she left the mountain, he even gave her several life-saving treasures. However, she thought it was best to handle things she could handle by herself. Relying too much on other things wouldn't be good for her growth. However, it was difficult for her to even keep herself alive now, so she naturally had to use whatever methods she had. Otherwise, if she lost her life, it would be a huge loss. Mo Tiange took the talisman, then closed her eyes and started to chant. Along with the chant, her whole body emitted a white spiritual light like mist. This spiritual light was a symbol of spiritual aura gathering. The spiritual aura became denser and the spiritual light became brighter and brighter. When she finished chanting, she opened her eyes and shouted, "Go!" The talisman was ignited, turning into 4 flames that instantly swept towards the 4 stone statues. The stone statues brandished their swords as if they wanted to cut them like before. But this time, it was useless. The 4 flames didn't move at all. They directly penetrated the sword aura and enveloped the 4 stone statues. The 4 stone statues stopped moving, maintaining their posture of raising their swords. Mo Tiange shouted, "Daoist Fangjing, quickly! I can only maintain it for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn." Once she used this move, the whole stone room was shrouded in spiritual aura. Daoist Fangjing was dumbfounded, but once he heard her shout, he seemed to have woken up from a dream. He hastily pounced on the only remaining stone sculpture. Daoist Fangjing waved his hand, causing a talisman to fly out of his hand. It was the earth element magic art, thick soil carrying the earth. The ground under the stone sculpture's feet instantly turned into yellow soil. The soil directly spread and trapped the sculpture. The stone statue brandished its sword in a daze, but how could it cut through the soil beneath its feet? Taking advantage of this opportunity, Daoist Fangjing raised his horsetail whisk. Countless strands of whisk flew towards the stone statue. This time, the stone statue brandished its sword to block. It finally managed to block the attack. Daoist Fangjing immediately retrieved the whisk thread, then threw several talismans. Foundation building realm talismans were different from aura refining realm talismans. Even if you had the money, it would still be very difficult to buy them. This time, Daoist Fangjing really put in a lot of effort. Under the attack of several high-level talismans, the stone statue gradually became unable to wield its sword. Countless whisk threads were once again thrown out. 2 of them drilled into the stone statue's ears. With 2 chi-chi sounds, the stone statue finally stopped moving. Mo Tiange heaved a sigh of relief. She once again took out another talisman and chanted the incantation, trapping the 4 stone statues just like before. Needless to say, Fangjing flung his horsetail whisk and pierced it into the stone statue's ears. The 4 stone statues fell one by one. Mo Tiange heaved a long sigh. She couldn't hold on any longer, so she fell to the ground. Her legs went soft, so she sat down. These 2 talismans weren't talismans used by ordinary foundation building cultivators, they were top-grade talismans. In fact, top-grade talismans were like magic weapons, they didn't belong to any rank. Only core formation cultivators and above could draw these talismans. Part of the power of magic weapons was sealed inside them, so their power was extraordinary, just like real magic weapons. It was common knowledge that aura refining and foundation building cultivators could also use magic weapons. However, in their hands, they could only display 1% or even 1,000th of the power of magic weapons. They simply couldn't compare to the magic weapons of core formation cultivators or nascent soul cultivators. However, this kind of talisman was different. It sealed the power of real magic weapons. Although it couldn't compare to a nascent soul cultivator's, it wasn't inferior to a core formation cultivator's attack. However, this kind of talisman could only be used once. Even so, activating these 2 talismans consumed a lot of spiritual aura, so Mo Tiange felt exhausted for a while. Nevertheless, there was someone else next to her, so she didn't dare to rush too much. She swallowed several restorative panaceas, adjusted her breathing, then stood up. Fellow Daoist Fangjing, how is it? Daoist Fangjing also rested for a bit before he stood up to examine the surroundings. Right now, he was carefully examining the things behind the stone statues. Daoist Fangjing didn't stop examining them. He just turned his body slightly and said, "Fellow Daoist Yi, quickly come and take a look." Judging from his tone, he seemed to have discovered something. Mo Tiange stood up and walked towards him. Daoist Fangjing pointed at the stone wall. "Fellow Daoist Yi, look carefully." Mo Tiange moved closer, but she was stunned. She saw that the stone wall was densely engraved with fine murals. These murals were carved meticulously, but their contents were messy. It was as if someone carved something on the wall whenever they thought of it. Some were people, some were flowers, plants, strange beasts, and some were spells. Mo Tiange looked at the murals one by one, but she was pleasantly surprised. The master of this place was indeed a genius. There were some secret techniques she'd never heard of before. For example, there was a kind of teleportation technique called Flash of Wind and Thunder, which could allow the user to retreat several hundred feet away in an instant. If one cultivated it to a higher level, it wouldn't be a problem for them to move several hundred feet away. After all, the so-called teleportation technique had been passed down to the present day, but most of it didn't live up to its name. It merely relied on its extremely fast speed to make it look like teleportation. True teleportation techniques were rarely passed down, they were usually passed down as secret techniques in big cultivation groups. Xianqing School also had one, but only core formation cultivators could practice their teleportation technique. There were also some carelessly written spells that were incomplete, which made Emotianga quite disappointed. She hoped to find some records of mechanisms, but unfortunately, there was none. In the end, Emotianga found a paragraph of text in the corner. My name is Su Jiwei, a disciple of Venerable Swordsman Xuanzu of Gujin sect. I formed my gold core at 100 years old, entered the nascent soul realm at 300 years old, betrayed Gujin sect at 400 years old, lived in seclusion in the Wind Breath Valley of Mount Joling in Jin country, called myself Wanderer Ziwei. I've lived here in seclusion for 1,000 years, never taking even half a step into Kunwu. Every time I think about the first half of my life, I'm filled with pain and regret. I couldn't see Xylan one last time before I passed away. My 1,000-year regret, the engravings at the end were messy. Emotianga carefully examined them and found that they were the two words Xylan written over and over again. Xylan, this was obviously a name, and it sounded like it belonged to a woman. Wanderer Ziwei didn't mention this name in the other murals, but in this monologue, he repeatedly mentioned it. Judging from his tone, he seemed to miss this person very much, but he didn't dare to mention it. It wasn't until he passed away that he couldn't help but write it down. After reading this paragraph, Emotianga couldn't help but feel puzzled. This Wanderer Ziwei. Since he was a disciple of Gujin sect and he formed his nascent soul at such a young age, why did he betray the sect? For a big cultivation group like Gujin sect, betraying the sect was a very serious matter. Even if there was a conflict, since he was already in the nascent soul realm, he could have left the mountain and become an elder in name. There was no need for him to betray the sect. Moreover, after he betrayed the sect, he lived in seclusion in the secular world. It seemed like he didn't want anything, so it didn't seem like he had a conflict of interest. But if there was no conflict of interest, why did he betray the sect? Later, he said that every time he thought about the first half of his life, he was filled with pain and regret. A cultivator from a big cultivation group formed his nascent soul at such a young age. What pain could he have experienced in the first half of his life? What could make him regret to the point of death? If these matters were connected, betraying the sect because of regret, living in seclusion in the secular world because of regret. How serious was this matter? Finally, there was that Xylan. For a nascent soul cultivator, was there anything they couldn't see if they wanted to see someone? Unless that person had disappeared or he didn't dare to see her. But here came the problem. Disappearing was fine, but what matter was so serious that he didn't dare to see her? Was it related to the matter he regretted? Emotianga felt the matter in front of her was confusing and couldn't be explained at all. Daoist Fangjing also came over to read this passage. He said with astonishment, Gujin sect. The master of this place is actually a senior from Gujin sect, but why is he so proficient in the illusory formation and the art of mechanisms? This doesn't seem like the work of a sword cultivator. Emotianga was stunned. Yes, this should be the biggest doubt. Gujin sect was a sect of sword cultivators, so this Wanderer Ziwei should also be a sword cultivator. However, his actions didn't seem like a sword cultivator's. When they first entered the valley, they encountered the gales and miasma caused by a formation. Later, they entered an illusory formation. Who could lay this kind of formation unless they were a grandmaster? Moreover, the Flying Five Elements platform almost made people think it was a senior from Tianliang School. Finally, there was this stone room, the Peak Stage Foundation building puppet, and the art of mechanisms. In the cultivation world, the most traditional and most populous cultivators were Dharma cultivators. This kind of cultivators followed the prescribed order on their cultivation path and mainly relied on spells, magic weapons, and medicinal pills. Sword cultivators, talisman cultivators, medical cultivators, martial cultivators, and so on were all unorthodox Daos. Among them, because sword cultivators were extremely strong in fights of magical powers, they were the most populous group. However, compared to Dharma cultivators, their total number was only 1 in 100. The reason why Dharma cultivators were the most populous was because their studies were orthodox. They could dabble in any kind of unorthodox Daos and had a high chance of making realm breakthroughs. Sword cultivators were strong in fights of magical powers, but they spent their entire lives nurturing their swords, so their chances of making realm breakthroughs were rather low. Therefore, generally, sword cultivators only concentrated on cultivating their swords and rarely learned other things. However, everything laid out here subverted this convention. A sword cultivator who was proficient in formations, the art of mechanisms, and extremely knowledgeable, was simply too frightening. Mo Tiange was 100% sure that the master of this place was definitely a rare genius. Fellow Daoist Yi, let's not talk about other things first. Let's take the sunstone first. Daoist Fangjing was actually thinking about this object after he finished looking at the mural. Right, this object was the most valuable thing here. Mo Tiange didn't oppose him. Alright, I agreed to fellow Daoist's request earlier. Now, fellow Daoist can choose first. Fellow Daoist can take an extra portion. Daoist Fangjing was beside himself with joy. He immediately flew up and was about to take the sunstone hanging above him. Rumble. A burst of spiritual aura came out of nowhere and struck Daoist Fangjing down. Chapter 168. With a bang, Daoist Fangjing fell heavily on the ground. Mo Tiange immediately summoned her white silk handkerchief, but that spiritual aura didn't appear again. From beginning to end, she didn't know where that spiritual aura came from. Daoist Fangjing, who was lying on the ground, groaned and struggled to get up. His face was pale. This, fellow Daoist Fangjing, it seems the master of this place doesn't want us to take the sunstone. After confirming there was no danger, Mo Tiange put down her magic weapon and slowly scanned the stone room. This was obviously a technique that surpassed their realm, but it didn't kill them. It seemed the master just didn't want them to take the sunstone. Daoist Fangjing looked up at the sunstone on the top of the stone wall, his face full of unwillingness. If that was the case, wouldn't this trip be returning empty-handed? At that moment, several rumbling noises were heard. It seemed one of the stone slabs was moved. The two of them looked towards the source of the noise and were both overjoyed. The stone wall in the innermost part of the stone room suddenly moved, revealing a stone table with several things on it. However, after the previous incidents, the two of them became more cautious. After being overjoyed, they didn't immediately go to take the things. Daoist Fangjing once again released his first-rank spiritual beast. The bird screeched then flew towards the stone table in a wobbly manner. Not only Daoist Fangjing, but Mo Tiange was also extremely nervous. Ever since they came here, they hadn't obtained anything except for a mother of moonstone and several bewitching moonstones. Instead, they used up several magic weapons and talismans. There were so many treasures here, but they weren't allowed to take them. The bird safely landed on the stone table. Daoist Fangjing's expression showed a hint of happiness, but soon, he became even more nervous. He ordered the bird to pick up something with its beak. The bird flapped its wings on the table and ran towards a bell-shaped object. Soon after, it picked up the bell handle and was about to fly away. Bang! The smoke that came out of nowhere suddenly dispersed, and a spiritual aura suddenly sprang out. Mo Tiange was about to use her protective aura, but in an instant, she lost control of the spiritual aura in her body and couldn't move. At that moment, a deep and dignified voice rang out in the stone room. "Junior, who came to my Ziwei's Immortal's cave?" Mo Tiange was stunned. Could it be? Daoist Fangjing finally regained his composure. He answered first, "Junior Fangjing, a little individual cultivator. Greetings to Senior Ziwei." After a nascent soul cultivator passed away in meditation, he would cut off a part of his divine sense and store it somewhere. Presumably, this could only be done by the master of this place, the nascent soul cultivator who called himself Wanderer Ziwei. Junior Mo Tiange, a disciple of Xianqing school. Greetings to Senior Ziwei. Faced with the nascent soul cultivator's question, Mo Tiange still chose to speak the truth even though she was only using her divine sense. Xianqing school. Upon hearing what she said, Wanderer Ziwei was slightly surprised. Soon after, he asked, "Who's that Lord Daoist Pill Spirit to you?" "Dao Lord Pill Spirit." Mo Tiange pondered for a moment then answered, "Lord Daoist Danling was a senior of my group. He passed away 5,000 years ago." "It's been 5,000 years." Upon hearing what she said, Wanderer Ziwei was silent for a long time before he finally heaved a long sigh. "It's actually been 5,000 years. Xylan, it seems you've also." In the next second, his voice regained its calmness. He said, "Juniors, what's your request for coming to my Ziwei's Immortal's cave?" Daoist Fangjing was delighted to hear that. Just as he was about to speak, Mo Tiange beat him to it. "May I know Senior's purpose in luring us here?" A foundation-building cultivator talking to a nascent soul cultivator like that was indeed arrogant. Afraid Mo Tiange would say something wrong, Daoist Fangjing hastily said in a low voice, "Fellow Daoist, don't talk nonsense." Mo Tiange remained unmoved. She dared to say that because she knew Wanderer Ziwei wouldn't get angry. Sure enough, in the next second, Wanderer Ziwei smiled. "Junior, you're really quick-witted. You're right, I indeed led you here on purpose." "What's Senior's purpose?" Wanderer Ziwei didn't answer but asked instead, "Juniors, what do you think of my Immortal's cave?" This time, Daoist Fangjing answered first. "Senior's Immortal's cave is worthy of being a nascent soul cultivator's Immortal's cave. There are layers of formations and a lot of treasures." "Formations, treasures." Wanderer Ziwei repeated then suddenly asked, "Then do you want to get them?" Daoist Fangjing was both surprised and delighted, but he didn't dare to be rude. He cast a glance at Mo Tiange then answered, "Of course. But with Senior's abilities, we don't have a choice." "Hee, Junior, you're quite slippery." Wanderer Ziwei dismissed them with a smile. "Don't worry, I'm not a cruel person. If you honestly answer me, I naturally won't hurt you." What he said made Mo Tiange secretly criticize him. Not a cruel person. They haven't even entered this Immortal's cave, but out of the 9 people, only the 2 of them are still in good condition. Daoist Fangjing is also injured from head to toe. He's still not a cruel person. Do you have any objections? Wanderer Ziwei's voice suddenly sounded as if it was right next to her ear. Mo Tiange was startled. Could it be that Wanderer Ziwei can read minds? Mind reading? More or less. Before she could finish her question, Wanderer Ziwei already said, "When I was alive, I once tried to advance to the deification realm. Although I failed, I possessed part of a deification cultivator's abilities. Mind reading is one of them." Mo Tiange was stunned. That seemed to be the case. When she was with Yuan Bao and Zhong Muling, she had a vague feeling that she couldn't hide anything. It was slightly different from the feeling when she couldn't help but tell the truth when she was under spiritual aura pressure. In that case, didn't this mean that Wanderer Ziwei had already reached the peak of the nascent soul realm? It was just that he hadn't truly advanced to the deification realm yet. "Oh. Junior, you've actually met deification cultivators?" An invisible spiritual aura circled around Mo Tiange and she asked. Mo Tiange was startled. She hastily concealed her spirit and chi to prevent herself from letting her imagination run wild. Mind reading. If I overthink it, won't I let others know everything? Just as she thought about that, before she could say anything, she heard Wanderer Ziwei say with a smile, "Junior, don't panic. Mind reading has to be actively used, so I won't use it on you. You can take your time and tell me." What he said sounded rather amiable. Emo Tiange heaved a sigh of relief, but she was still worried. She answered, "Yes, Junior indeed had the honor of meeting deification seniors." "Oh. What were the names of those two people? How did you meet them?" "One of them was surnamed Zhong, and his name was Muling. The other was called Daoist Yuan Bao, but I don't know if that's his real name or his Daoist name." "Zhong Muling, Yuan Bao." The voice murmured, "They've actually reached the deification realm." Emo Tiange was surprised. "Senior knows these two deification seniors?" "Sort of." Wanderer Ziwei said faintly, "They're cultivators from the same era as me, but they came from Yunzhong and aren't cultivators from the celestial pole." Emo Tiange also knew about this. Yuan Bao once told her a lot about them. They were originally cultivators from Yunzhong, but later on, they wandered around and arrived in the celestial pole. After they advanced to the deification realm, they had no fixed abode and could only wander around the virtual sky world. "All right, Junior, tell me, how are they doing?" "They're very well." Based on what he said, there seemed to be no old grudges between Zhong Muling and Yuan Bao, so Emo Tiange felt relieved. During the demonic beast riot last time, Junior accidentally broke into the two deification seniors' Immortal's caves and was saved by them. That's how I met them. After Junior recovered, I left. It seems they came here to travel. Wanderer Ziwei didn't say anything for a long time. After a long time, he finally heaved a deep sigh. "Hearing about my old friends made me sigh with emotion. Junior, since you and my old friends are old friends, I won't make things difficult for you. To tell you the truth, in these 5,000 years, every once in a while, I would weaken the formation and release spiritual chi to lure Foundation establishment cultivators like you to come here. Unfortunately, not a single person has ever come here." Sure enough. Emo Tiange had long expected this, but she didn't know why Wanderer Ziwei didn't lure core formation or nascent soul cultivators here. "I had a lifelong regret that I couldn't resolve before I passed away, so I sealed my divine sense in my Immortal's cave. If someone passed the test and reached this place, they could come out and meet me. If you can help me with this matter, I'll give you treasures." Emo Tiange and Daoist Fangjing glanced at each other. Both of them were a bit surprised. 6 of them died, 1 was seriously injured, and only 2 of them reached this place in one piece. It was actually because a nascent soul cultivator who passed away already had something to ask of them. Moreover, this still didn't explain why Wanderer Ziwei didn't let core formation or nascent soul cultivators come here. Wanderer Ziwei was a peak stage nascent soul cultivator who was just a step away from the deification realm. Presumably, nascent soul cultivators would scramble for treasures like ducks. "Don't you understand why I let Foundation building cultivators come here?" Daoist Fangjing cupped his hands. "Senior, please forgive us. Juniors indeed don't understand. If Senior has something to ask of us, wouldn't it be better to let core formation or nascent soul seniors come? They're quite capable, so it'd be easy for them to complete Senior's task." That being said, why would core formation and nascent soul cultivators be afraid of a divine sense? No matter how high my cultivation level was in the past, I'm only left with this bit of divine sense now, so I can't intimidate them, Wanderer Ziwei said faintly. "Besides, the task I asked of you has nothing to do with your cultivation level." That was true. If a core formation or nascent soul cultivator discovered an Immortal's cave like this, they'd probably go looking for treasures by force. Even if Wanderer Ziwei was a genius when he was alive, he was only left with a wisp of his divine sense now. Emo Tiange said, "Senior, aren't you afraid that we'll agree but won't do it? Perhaps Junior will go back to my school and inform my masters, then order them to come here and look for treasures." Ha! Little girl, you're quite bold, Wanderer Ziwei said with a smile. However, in the next second, his voice turned cold. Since I let foundation building cultivators come here, I naturally have a way to deal with you. Right after he finished speaking, Mo Tiange suddenly felt a pain in her head. That wisp of spiritual aura drilled into her brain, but it immediately withdrew. Ah, she couldn't help but scream in pain. After the pain passed, she felt nothing was amiss. She turned around and saw that Daoist Fangjing was also bewildered. Wanderer Ziwei said indifferently, I left imprints in your sea of knowledge. If you don't come back in time, these imprints will activate, and at that time, at this point, the threat in his words was very obvious. Mo Tiange was shocked and angry. She wasn't a person who went back on her word. If this Wanderer Ziwei gave her treasures and asked her to do something, she would naturally keep her promise. However, this kind of method really made her feel indignant. Junior, Wanderer Ziwei said with a smile, don't be agitated. Don't forget that your life is still in my hands. With this reminder, Mo Tiange managed to suppress her anger, but she still couldn't help but sneer. Senior, since you know I'm a disciple of Xianqing school, so what if I left an imprint? I'll go back to my school and ask the seniors in my school to resolve it with me. Haha, resolve it. Wanderer Ziwei's voice was full of arrogance. There aren't any deification cultivators in your school, right? Even late-stage nascent soul cultivators can't resolve my unique technique. After he said that, he said curiously, Girl, are you always so direct with your words? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? After all, there are two of you, you're not my only choice. Really? Mo Tiange said coldly, Senior waited for several thousand years before the two of us finally came. Senior, aren't you afraid you won't be able to complete your task? Wanderer Ziwei paused for a moment, then smiled bitterly. You're just a little girl in the foundation building realm, how can you be so sharp-tongued? It doesn't matter if you're afraid or not. You should rejoice that I've been cultivating my mind and temperament here for more than 1,000 years, so I'm no longer as hot-tempered as I used to be. Otherwise. Once he finished speaking, he once again muttered to himself, however, you're very similar to her. Could it be that Xylan? Wanderer Ziwei said, all right, I won't talk nonsense with you. I won't be harsh. As long as you finish the task I'm giving you within 100 years and come here, I'll give you all of my treasures. I'll give them to whoever finishes first, but you'd better not kill each other for the sake of treasures. The imprint I left in your sea of knowledge will tell me, so I won't give you anything at that time. All of my treasures. Upon hearing what he said, Daoist Fangjing promptly asked, May I ask what Senior wants us to do? I want you to find a person's corpse, bring it to me, and bury it with me. Mo Tiange blurted out, could it be the Xylan that Senior keeps talking about? Correct. Wanderer Ziwei's voice was still faint, but Mo Tiange felt it was filled with endless desolation. I already knew I wouldn't be able to see her. It's enough as long as I'm buried with her. Mo Tiange couldn't help but ask in a low voice, she? Who is she? Her question made Wanderer Ziwei silent. After a long time, so long that Mo Tiange thought he wouldn't answer, she finally heard his voice, she's my wife. Mo Tiange was dumbfounded. Since she's Senior's wife, why, Junior, why do you have so many questions? Wanderer Ziwei smiled bitterly. I'm only separated from my wife and couldn't be together anymore, so I want you to bring her corpse back. You're still trying to get to the bottom of this. Despite that, he sighed softly then said slowly, my wife's surname is Xiao, and her name is Xylan. She's a cultivator from Xuanji School. Do you know about Xuanji School? Daoist Fangjing said in a low voice, Xuanji School was established by the original disciples after Tianliang School was exterminated several thousand years ago. However, Xuanji School no longer exists today. It was divided into Giga School, Qiqiao Sect, and several other groups. Wanderer Ziwei was stunned. Xuanji School also, correct. As far as Junior knows, it was because of internal strife. However, it's been a long time, and Junior's only an individual cultivator, so I don't know the inside story. Fate. In the end, they couldn't escape the fate of being exterminated. Wanderer Ziwei sighed then said, "How's Gujin Sect now?" "It still exists, right?" Right now, Gujin Sect is the third largest cultivation group in the Celestial Pole. It's very powerful and has many disciples. That's good. When Gujin Sect was mentioned, Wanderer Ziwei's tone was indifferent, as if he didn't care. After a pause, he said slowly, "I was originally a swordsman in the secular world. When I was 20, my master discovered that I had spiritual roots, so I came to Gujin Sect. Later, I became a sword cultivator and wholeheartedly cultivated. When I was 100 years old, I formed my gold core and reached the nascent soul realm at 300 years old. I don't dare to say I'm a genius, but I'm still a rare sword cultivator. Because I was born in the secular world of Jianghu, I've always had a fiery temper. My Gujin Sect has always been combative, so we didn't restrict our disciples. When I just formed my gold core, several senior martial brothers and I exterminated Tianliang School because someone from Tianliang School offended my senior martial brother." Mo Tiange was a bit shocked. Gujin Sect now adopted the image of the righteous path and always restricted its disciples. As it turned out, it was also, at that time, I didn't take this matter to heart. Who would have thought that 100 years later, I'd meet a little girl in the foundation building realm? When he spoke about this matter, Wanderer Ziwei's voice finally fluctuated. "That was my wife, Xylan. I knew she was a disciple of Xuanji School, but I didn't care. So what if I was the one who did that? With my strength and identity at that time, if I wanted to marry her, how could a small cultivation group like Xuanji School dare to refuse? However, I didn't want Xylan to know, lest she thought I was using my power to oppress people. Xylan only knew it was a disciple of my Gujin Sect who exterminated Tianliang School, but she didn't know I was one of them. Although she hated Gujin Sect, she still married me. We were husband and wife for 200 years. I successfully formed my nascent soul, and Xylan also formed her gold core. Her aptitude was excellent, and with my help, forming her nascent soul was almost inevitable. I thought we'd continue loving each other like this for 1,000 years. 200 years. Wanderer Ziwei should be 400 years old now, right? Was that when he betrayed his sect and lived in seclusion here? Right at that time, Xylan heard from my senior martial brother that I participated in the extermination of Tianliang School, so she came back to question me and severed ties with me. Only then did I know Xylan wasn't just a disciple of Xuanji School. Her clan used to be a great clan in Tianliang School. In other words, her elders and relatives might have all died in my hands. Wanderer Ziwei narrated faintly with a calm tone. We've been husband and wife for 200 years, so how could I not know her temper? She was usually kind, but she was very stubborn. Once she decided on something, she absolutely wouldn't change her mind. Since she severed ties with me, she wouldn't see me again for the rest of her life. It was just that I had delusions that she could come back, so I betrayed my sect and came to this secular world to live in seclusion. I entrusted a letter to her telling her that if she forgave me one day, she should come find me. I regretted what happened in the past, but there was nothing I could do. I gave up everything, which meant I'd severed my past. At this point, Wanderer Ziwei finally sighed, revealing some of his emotions. Sure enough, I waited for more than 1,000 years, but she never came. Later, I heard she formed her nascent soul and became the Grand Supreme Elder of Xuanji School, but she never came to see me. So that was what happened. Xiao Xilan was a disciple of Xuanji school, so it was no wonder there were traces of Tianliang school everywhere in this valley. They were husband and wife for 200 years, so all of this must have been passed on by Xiao Xilan to Wanderer Ziwei, right? Juniors, go to Xuanji school's former encampment, find Xilan's corpse, and bury it with me. I'll give you the things I've collected in my lifetime. Chapter 169. As long as he found the corpse, he would be able to obtain the lifetime savings of a peak nascent soul cultivator. It sounded like a very good deal, but... Mo Tiange chuckled softly. Senior, your wife was a cultivator from 5,000 years ago and it's hard to find where she was buried, but how dangerous would the burial place of a nascent soul cultivator be? Since your wife is a brilliant disciple of the profound secret sept, her attainments in formation should not be inferior to seniors, right? We're just foundation establishment cultivators, how can we guarantee that we'll be able to bring back the corpse safely? Correct, Daoist Fangjing said, we haven't even obtained any benefits, yet we already have a slim chance of surviving. This transaction isn't fair. Wanderer Ziwei burst out laughing. Good, good. If you're too stupid, then it's not worth it for me to make this deal. He paused for a moment, then said casually, you want the benefits first, sure. Not only will I give you benefits, but I will also give you 200 years. Little girl, with your age and cultivation level, 200 years should be enough for you to advance to the core formation realm, right? However, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you've formed your gold core. Once the imprint in your sea of knowledge takes effect, it will be effective for life. With a single thought, your life and death will be in my hands. And you don't have much lifespan left. You don't even have 200 years left. Daoist Fangjing was a bit nervous. What he said just now was because he was unwilling to be ordered around by this senior, but that didn't mean that he didn't think it was a good deal. He still had 70 to 80 years left in his lifespan. During this period, it was very likely that he could find the remains of a nascent soul cultivator. By then, his chances of advancing to the core formation realm would be greatly increased. Even if he took a step back, he wasn't like the little girl beside him. In the past 200 years, he had already passed away, which meant that he hadn't put in anything. He was afraid that this senior would cancel his trading rights upon seeing that he didn't have much time left in his lifespan. Then, he would have missed a good opportunity for nothing. Mo Tiange didn't know whether this Wanderer Ziwei was using the mind-reading technique or not. After a short pause, he said unhurriedly, you don't need to worry. Having another opportunity to find Xilan's skeleton is always good for me. In the past, in order to wait a few hundred more years, I once searched all over the celestial pole and refined a longevity pill. Now, there's only one left, so I'll give it to you. Longevity pill. Longevity pill. It was a longevity pill that even nascent soul cultivators would find difficult to obtain. Daoist Fangjing was stunned for a moment, then he became ecstatic. He stammered, Senior. Longevity pills. His words were already incoherent. Upon seeing his reaction, Wanderer Ziwei burst into laughter, then said to Mo Tiange, as for you, there are several things you can choose from. The longevity pill is useless to you, but I can give you a dustless pill. I'm sure you know that after taking this dustless pill, your chances of reaching core formation will increase. If you feel that with the help of a sect elder, core formation won't be a problem, then I can also give you a top-grade magic treasure, or a secret book from the Profound Theory Sept, the Profound Theory Formation book. Which one do you want? The dustless pill, the top-grade magic treasure, the Xuanji array book. No matter which one it was, they were all treasures that were hard to find. Among them, although the dustless pill's value couldn't compare to the longevity pill, it was the most practical for foundation building cultivators like them who were about to form their gold core. The top-grade magic treasure mentioned by a nascent soul cultivator naturally couldn't be compared to ordinary magic treasures. Perhaps other nascent soul cultivators would also covet it. The last one was the Xuanji Array book. The Tao of Formations was broad and profound. Brilliant formation books were naturally priceless, but ordinary cultivators simply didn't have the energy to study them. They could only be used to exchange for spirit stones, so they were the most useless. But for Mo Tiange, Senior, Junior wants the Xuanji Array book. Oh. Wanderer Ziwei was a bit surprised. Obviously, he didn't expect she would choose this book. Mo Tiange said, although dustless pills and magic treasures are precious to Junior, it's not impossible to obtain them. It's just that this Xuanji Array book is one of a kind. Correct. Since you're a Xianqing school disciple and have such a high cultivation level at such a young age, you must be an elite disciple. Presumably, it won't be difficult for you to obtain medicinal pills and magic treasures. However, you have to think about it carefully. My medicinal pills and magic treasures aren't ordinary goods. Ordinary core formation cultivators can't even imagine them. Wanderer Ziwei's words clearly showed he was treating her master as an ordinary core formation cultivator. Mo Tiange knew that for an almost omnipotent and stunning sword cultivator like Wanderer Ziwei, his collection might not be any worse than her master's. But if she wanted to form her gold core, Lord Daoist Jinghe would naturally find dustless pills for her. Lord Daoist Jinghe might also have top-grade magic treasures. As for the Xuanji Array book, since it was Xuanji School's secret, it must have its own uniqueness. If she missed it, it would be very difficult to obtain it again. Besides, she kept an eye on Xiao Xilan. Since Xiao Xilan was the Grand Supreme Elder of Xuanji School, the place where she was buried must also be filled with traps, right? With this Xuanji Array book, the danger would be greatly reduced. Junior has made up her mind. Mo Tiange paused for a moment then continued, however, Senior, fellow Daoist Fangjing doesn't have much time left in his life. You gave him a longevity pill, so even if he can't find it in 200 years, it won't be a loss to him unless he advances to the core formation realm. But even if I don't advance, I'll still have several hundred years to live. It'll be fine if I find his corpse, but if I can't, wouldn't that be too much of a loss? This isn't fair to me. Regarding this matter, Mo Tiange was very angry. She now had a bright future ahead of her, but someone placed a 200-year restriction on her for no reason. If she didn't succeed, she'd lose her life. How could she feel good about that? Besides, the reason she started cultivating was to fight for her freedom. Now that she was under someone else's control, it really wasn't a happy thing. It was just that this Wanderer Ziwei's methods were extraordinary and he didn't say anything too harsh, so she was willing to endure it. As if he could sense her anger, Wanderer Ziwei chuckled. Little girl, you're really unwilling to suffer even the slightest loss. Alright, I'll give you another sunstone, how about it? As for the medicinal pills and treasures on this table, you can divide them among yourselves. In addition, as long as one of you brings back Xilan's corpse within 200 years, I'll erase the imprints in your sea of knowledge. Therefore, before you pass away, you must remember to come back and take a look. Maybe one of you has already completed it, ha ha ha. Perhaps because he lived alone for 1,000 years, this Wanderer Ziwei obviously had an evil side to his character, so he was deliberately teasing them. Mo Tiange took a deep breath to calm herself down. She mustn't be angered by him first. Alright, since it's like this, Junior can only accept it. 200 years. Junior is a bit curious. Once Senior opens the restriction that preserves your divine sense, can it last for as long as 200 years? Wanderer Ziwei humphed coldly and arrogantly. Little girl, even if you come from a famous cultivation group, your experience and knowledge are still shallow. This is a divine sense-severing technique I created myself. Not to mention 200 years, I'm afraid my divine sense will still be there even after you pass away. This wanderer Ziwei couldn't be judged with common sense. As a sword cultivator, he was proficient in formations and mechanisms, and he could even concoct longevity pills and create all kinds of spells. Maybe he even dabbled in tool refining as well. He could practically be considered an all-rounder, so it wouldn't be surprising if he created some kind of unique divine sense technique. What about you? Seeing as Mo Tiange was speechless, Wanderer Ziwei turned to ask Daoist Fangjing. Daoist Fangjing bowed and said, that being the case, Junior will accept it. Good. Once Wanderer Ziwei finished speaking, Mo Tiange felt the stagnant spiritual aura in her body loosen. In an instant, she regained control of her body and was able to walk again. She heaved a sigh of relief, then moved her hands and feet. She found that the spiritual aura in her body was unobstructed and she no longer felt as heavy as before. If you have any other questions, just ask. If you step out of this immortal's cave, 200 years will begin. When the 200 years are up, regardless of whether you succeed or not, you must come back to see me. If I'm in a good mood, I might give you more time, but if I'm in a bad mood, 200 years. Disregarding Daoist Fangjing, Mo Tiange felt she should be able to find some information within this time. Right now, she had a lot of questions. Ever since she stepped into this valley, her head was full of questions, but she couldn't answer them because she was always in danger. Now that she heard Wanderer Ziwei's words, she asked, Junior indeed has a lot of questions. Would Senior be willing to talk about them in detail? Wanderer Ziwei said, tell me first. Mo Tiange thought for a moment then said slowly, first of all, are the gales and miasma related to the formation Senior laid? But why was it so easy for me to crack it when I reached the bottom of the valley? Secondly, what's going on with the stone statue and the altar at the entrance of Senior's Immortal's cave? Then. Junior, you're really long-winded. Wanderer Ziwei interrupted her somewhat impatiently. I'll tell you everything from the beginning to the end, alright? The gales and miasma above the valley were indeed caused by the formation I laid. However, you were lucky to be able to crack it so easily. The answer to this question is the same as to your second question. In the past, when I lived in seclusion here, I saved several hundred mortals who were caught in the chaos of war. Seeing that they were pitiful, I brought them back to the valley. They worshipped me as their god, and the stone statue and the altar were erected by them, so I simply changed them to the entrance of my immortal's cave. The stone statue was my wife, Lan. The reason I saved them was because I thought Xylan didn't like me being violent and murderous, so I occasionally did good deeds. Therefore, when they wanted to carve the statue of a god, I let them carve it into Xylan's appearance. That way, when I occasionally came out of my immortal's cave, I could also see her appearance. Before I passed away, these mortals had already lived at the bottom of the valley for more than 1,000 years. From generation to generation, several cultivators emerged among them, but unfortunately, their spiritual roots weren't good. Later, when I sensed my lifespan was nearing its end, I ordered those cultivators to move all the mortals out of the valley. There was an invisible spirit vein in this valley, but when I passed away, I laid this invisible spirit vein into an illusory formation, so it was no longer suitable for mortals to live in. It was precisely because there was no one here to maintain the formation that you were able to crack it so easily. I see. The illusory formation Senior laid in the hall was based on this invisible spirit vein. Why was everything fake, but the damage was real? How did we get out of the formation? Wanderer Ziwei let out a cold humph and said, this naturally involves complicated theories, which I've recorded in the Xuanji Formation book. If you thoroughly study it, you'll naturally understand. As for breaking the formation, the 9 of you either had your blood essence sucked dry, were too weak, or had enough willpower to resist the illusory formation, so there was no need for the formation to exist. I was being lenient with this formation, it was to test your willpower. Otherwise, you would have been trapped inside for an eternity without being able to come out. This life is eternal, and eternity is only one day. Once this formation is activated, everything will end after one day. If you can't control yourself and are tempted, your blood essence will be exhausted and you'll die. If you can control yourself, your life will be like eternity, endless time, and in the end, you'll go mad and die. Therefore, if you can't break the formation, you can only die. Both Mo Tiange and Daoist Fangjing were terrified. Such a terrifying formation. Although it was an illusory formation, it was even more terrifying than a killing formation. At that moment, Daoist Fangjing was already faintly regretting his decision. Why wasn't that Xuanji formation book given to him? So this series of hurdles was only senior's test. Correct. Daoist Ziwei's tone was faint and somewhat grim. If you can't even withstand the gales and miasma when you enter the valley, you're basically a cripple. As for the illusory formation, it's a test of your temperament and willpower. If you can't pass it, you probably won't have the patience to find Xylan's corpse. As for the bewitching Moonstone Passage, it's a test of whether you're too greedy and calm enough. If you're easily bewitched by those treasures, I'm afraid you'll also go back on your word. Finally, there's the puppets here. If you can't even defeat 5 of them, your strength is too weak. Of course, in the end, you still have to let me see them myself. If you're too stupid, I'll kill you on the spot. The 2 of you aren't bad, you both passed. Mo Tiange couldn't help but feel angry at his words, but in the end, she forced herself to endure it. This wanderer Ziwei was indeed selfish and callous. He set up so many hurdles, but he never considered the lives of the people who entered the valley. If Xiao Xylan was really like he said and didn't like disputes, she must have loved him very deeply to be able to tolerate him for 200 years and still be a loving couple. What's wrong, little girl? Do you have a problem with that? Mo Tiange couldn't help but say angrily, Senior, are you using the mind-reading technique again? Upon seeing her anger, Wanderer Ziwei burst out laughing. Don't be so fierce to me. Didn't your master tell you to be respectful to your seniors? I'll endure it. Mo Tiange took a deep breath and stopped talking. She was used to living with Lord Daoist Jinghe. She indeed didn't treat her seniors with enough respect. However, that also depended on who it was. After half a day, she roughly figured out Wanderer Ziwei's character. If this senior didn't meet his requirements, he wouldn't even spare a glance at her. If she passed his test, he wouldn't be stingy with what he had. Mo Tiange's display of her little temper might even make him more fond of her. Junior also wants to ask if Senior knows the art of engineering. Oh. Wanderer Ziwei was a bit surprised to hear her question. Little girl, you actually know the art of engineering. That's rare. The art of engineering has long been lost, and there aren't many people who know about it. So Senior really knows the art of engineering. Humph. Wanderer Ziwei said proudly, I know a little. What? Do you want me to teach you the art of engineering? Mo Tiange hastily said, if Senior is willing to teach me, Junior will definitely do her best to find your wife's corpse. Don't tell me you're not doing your best now. Don't forget that your life is still in my hands, Wanderer Ziwei said lazily. You're really interesting. Wanderer Ziwei laughed heartily when he saw Mo Tiange's expression. A strange spiritual aura circled around her body. Alright, I'll be honest with you. It's not impossible for me to teach you the art of engineering, but let's talk about it when you fulfill your promise. If I teach you everything you want to know in one go, wouldn't that be boring? Mo Tiange's expression softened. What Wanderer Ziwei said was reasonable. He should teach her whatever she wanted to learn. How could there be such a cheap deal? Right. Wanderer Ziwei changed the topic. Those puppets just now. You were the one who took them, right? Yes, Mo Tiange answered honestly. She then asked cautiously, does Senior want to take them back? Oh. It's hard for me without the puppets. How about this? You keep 4 puppets and take 2 with you. In exchange, I'll fix them and tell you how to control them. What do you think? Mo Tiange was overjoyed. Senior's words are worth 9 sacred tripods. Wanderer Ziwei humphed coldly. Why would I deceive a foundation-building junior like you? That's degrading. The more talented a person was, the more arrogant they were. Mo Tiange held back her words and took out the 6 stone sculptures one by one. Fortunately, she put them into her Qianquan bag right after she killed them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to get such a bargain. Daoist Fangjing's eyes reddened when he heard their conversation. He gave up on the stone sculptures because they couldn't be used anymore after they were destroyed, so he could only exchange them for spirit stones. He didn't expect the master of this place would come out and put forward such a condition. If he had known earlier, how could he have given them up? These were puppets in the late stage of the foundation building realm. If he could control them, his strength would increase exponentially. No matter how he thought about it, he could only blame his bad luck. Alas! Senior. While the spiritual aura was fixing the puppets, Daoist Fangjing asked respectfully, may I ask Senior if we can take the treasures on the bewitching Moonstone's passage outside? If you have the ability, you can take them yourself. Daoist Fangjing was silent. He said that because he hoped this Senior would tell them the method to crack the bewitching moonstones, but the answer, don't even think about the things on that passage. Don't underestimate that passage. Those bewitching moonstones are also a formation. If you take those things, the formation will be activated immediately. At that time, the entire Immortal's cave will turn into a killing formation. Spiritual aura rushed out of the stone sculpture puppet's ears. With several kacha sounds, several puppets stood up one by one. They held their swords in their hands, and their momentum immediately surged. After fixing the puppets, Wanderer Ziwei said, that's enough. They're not good things anyway, so why do you feel pity? Little girl, I'll teach you the method to control these puppets now. Right after she said that, Mo Tiange felt a sudden pain in her head again, and some things appeared in her mind. When Mo Yaoqing taught her the art of Sunu, it was also directly imprinted with her divine sense. However, she was only a mortal at that time. Now, she was a foundation-building cultivator and had specially cultivated her divine sense, but she still had no ability to resist the divine sense left by a nascent soul cultivator. The path of cultivation was still very far away for her. Since you're done asking, you can take your things and leave the valley. Senior, Mo Tiange hurriedly said, you haven't told us about your wife. Xuanji School has long been destroyed, and we don't know what happened back then. Where are we going to find your wife's corpse? I've already prepared this question for you, Wanderer Ziwei said lazily. Wanderer Ziwei said lazily, there's a compartment under the table with several jade slips inside. Each of you can take one of them, all the information is recorded inside. If you still can't find her after you have this, you can consider yourself out of luck. Alright, since we've said what we wanted to say, this venerated one should also rest. Once you've taken your things, use that jade slip to open the exit and leave. Remember, you must come back 200 years later. Right after he finished speaking, the bizarre spiritual aura in the stone room slowly dissipated. Chapter 170. After the spiritual aura dissipated, Wanderer Ziwei also disappeared. He must have used some kind of secret technique to rest, waiting for them to wake him up 200 years later or for another group of people to enter the cave. The moment the spiritual aura completely dissipated, several things fell from midair and fell into their hands. Enchanting took them. One was a jade slip, and the other was a sunstone. Once she took the jade slip, she immersed her divine sense into it, and the words, Xuanji Formation Book, were immediately imprinted in her mind. Daoist Fangjing was holding a jade bottle. He was opening it to verify its contents, and then he became ecstatic. Obviously, it was the longevity pills Wanderer Ziwei promised. Even if they only had these few things, coming here was already a big gain for them. There was no need to mention the longevity pills. If Daoist Fangjing didn't use them himself and sold them, they would definitely be enough to exchange for dustless pills. Enchanting just didn't know what Daoist Fangjing would choose. As for Enchanting herself, Daoist Fangjing already told her the value of the sunstone. Although it wasn't as priceless as longevity pills, it would surpass longevity pills if the Xuanji Formation Book was included. Besides, she also obtained 2 late-stage foundation building puppets. Enchanting smiled faintly as she stared at the 2 stone sculpture puppets in front of her. A method to control them emerged in her mind. She made a hand seal, then pointed at the space between her eyebrows, slowly drawing out her divine sense and probing the puppets' ears. These puppets only needed a tiny bit of their master's divine sense to make them recognize them as their master. Only people whose cultivation levels were much higher than theirs could forcibly erase their divine sense. In other words, only cultivators in the core formation realm or higher could erase their divine sense after she made these 2 puppets recognize her as their master. However, there was another method to make them recognize her as their master. If she didn't know, these 2 puppets would only be 2 pieces of trash. When Wanderer Ziwei repaired these puppets, he withdrew his divine sense from them. Now, she only needed to carry out the process of making them recognize her as their master. Her divine sense went into the puppets' ears. With 2 kacha sounds, the 2 puppets next to her moved their limbs and waved their stone swords. Enchanting was overjoyed. She could control them now. However, her divine sense wasn't strong enough, so she couldn't control them like Wanderer Ziwei did. Even though the puppets were asleep, they still had to act on their own. Fellow Daoist Fangjing, who was on the side, called out after a moment of hesitation. When he heard Enchanting telling Wanderer Ziwei about her master, he already knew that the name Yi Xiaotian was indeed fake. Furthermore, she was a disciple of Xianqing School, the 2nd largest cultivation group in the celestial pole. He was an individual cultivator who had been living in the secular world for several hundred years and had seen many arrogant disciples from big cultivation groups. Now that he found out Enchanting's sect, he kept a respectful distance from her. Enchanting didn't know what he was thinking. Even if she knew, she wouldn't care. She only met Daoist Fangjing by chance. Even though he somewhat resembled second uncle, he was still a stranger. After leaving this place, everyone would go their separate ways, and they might never see each other again. Oh, fellow Daoist Fangjing. Upon hearing Daoist Fangjing's voice, Enchanting put away her stone sculpture puppet. In the current cultivation world, if a middle-stage foundation building cultivator carried 2 late-stage foundation building puppets with him, she knew how envious it was. It was better not to take them out if there was no need. Daoist Fangjing was already envious, and Wanderer Ziwei also said they couldn't hurt each other, so he could only stop thinking about it. Now, he pointed at the stone table and said politely to Enchanting, "Since we're done here, let's divide these things." Wanderer Ziwei already said they could divide the things on the stone table. Enchanting answered, "All right." Daoist Fangjing, however, didn't move. He looked at Enchanting rather nervously. "Fellow Daoist Yi, before this, you promised me I'd pick first. Does that still count?" Although Emotianga's skills surpassed cultivators in the same realm as her, Daoist Fangjing felt he wasn't much worse than her in fights of magical power. However, she just obtained 2 late-stage foundation building puppets. If she went back on her word, Daoist Fangjing knew he wouldn't be able to defeat her no matter what, so he could only accept it. Emotianga chuckled. Of course it counts. Fellow Daoist, you pick first. There are 5 things here. You take 3 and I take 2. What do you think? Daoist Fangjing was overjoyed. He cupped his hands towards her, then walked towards the stone table, slowly picking up the treasures. Emotianga shook her head, then slowly studied the Xuanji formation book on the side. She wasn't a cultivator born in Kunwu, so she couldn't learn to go back on her word for benefits. Her mother was an ordinary and kind-hearted mortal woman who taught her loyalty, filial piety, benevolence, and righteousness since she was a child. After she arrived in Kunwu, she learned how to survive in the cultivation world from second uncle and learned to plan for herself, but she didn't want to become the kind of person her mother didn't like. Besides, she wasn't a short-sighted cultivator. In the core formation realm and even the nascent soul realm, she would encounter inner demons. If she did evil recklessly, she would only be shackled. At that time, she would be plagued by inner demons and be unable to make a realm breakthrough. It would be too late even if she cried. Fellow Daoist Yi, I've chosen. Take a look, Daoist Fangjing said happily. Emotianga withdrew her divine sense, then walked towards the table. There were several things on the table: a bell, a pair of boots, a bottle of medicinal pills, an unknown ore, and a spiritual plant inside a jade box. Both the bell and the boots were magic weapons. Moreover, their grades were obviously extraordinary. They were indeed the collection of a peak-stage nascent soul cultivator. However, the boots were extremely short and were embroidered with orchids. They were actually women's boots. In addition, she also recognized that the spiritual plant was reviving grass. When they escaped from Mount Yunwu, second uncle was seriously injured. She once saw Qin Shi take this thing out and temporarily suppress second uncle's injuries. This kind of spiritual plant was said to have the effect of bringing the dead back to life when it was refined into medicinal pills. Even if it wasn't refined into medicinal pills, its healing effect would still be extraordinary. She didn't recognize the ore, and she didn't open the medicinal pills either. However, since they were placed together with these things, they must be treasures. Daoist Fangjing chose 3 things: the bell, the spiritual plant, and the medicinal pill. When he saw Emotianga's expression, he added, "Fellow Daoist Yi, if there's anything you want, let's discuss it." Emotianga didn't say anything and just shook her head. Since she didn't have any objections, Daoist Fangjing put the boots and the ore away and secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Among the 3 things he chose, the bell was an active attack magic weapon, while the boots were passive magic weapons. Active magic weapons were a bit more precious than passive ones, but the boots were women's, so he couldn't do anything about it. For cultivators, spiritual plants and medicinal pills were more important than ores, so he was a bit worried he might have gone too far by taking all the good things. In fact, this was just right for Emotianga. She didn't lack medicinal pills or spiritual plants. Although there was no resurrection grass in her virtual sky world, it wasn't like there weren't any spiritual plants that were better than it, and they were a lot older. Since she had medicinal pills, she naturally wouldn't lack magic weapons. Choosing these 2 things would be a loss for her. As for magic weapons, the shuttle of flying Apsara was a top-grade magic tool. She was very used to it, so she didn't need to change it for the time being. Once she formed her gold core, she would start refining her natal magic weapon. For her, attack magic weapons were just icing on the cake. Besides, these boots weren't bad either. Based on the abundant spiritual aura on them and the fact that they were placed here by Wanderer Ziwei, they were undoubtedly high-grade magic weapons. She picked up the boots and looked at them. She discovered the words, cloud-treading boots, were embroidered on the heel. Cloud-treading. Presumably, it could increase the speed of flying. Fellow Daoist Yi, there's also this. Daoist Fangjing crouched down, took out 2 jade slips from a secret compartment under the table and handed one to her. Mo Tiange swept her gaze over it and found several identical jade slips inside. Presumably, Wanderer Ziwei also prepared them before he passed away, but she didn't know how many of them he had. Soon after, the two of them returned their things to their respective places, then started to study the jade slips, looking for a way out. According to the jade slips, there was a transporting formation inside this stone room which could directly transport people out. Mo Tiange remembered Shang Ruan was still on the stone platform outside the illusory formation, so she wondered whether she should take her away or not. However, after reading the entire jade slip, she still couldn't find a way to open the stone door from the inside. In the end, she had no choice but to give up. Although she found Shang Ruan pleasing to the eye, it wasn't worth breaking into the Immortal's cave for her. She hoped Shang Ruan would be lucky and wake up on her own. With her temperament, she would definitely be able to pass this test and escape this calamity. Once everything was settled, Mo Tiange and Daoist Fangjing followed the instructions in the jade slips. They opened the transporting formation and inserted the spirit stones into it. The transporting formation then emitted rays of light, and the scenery around them changed. The rays of light dissipated. Mo Tiange opened her eyes, then turned to look at her surroundings, feeling puzzled. The cold wind whistled past her ears, the towering glacier in front of her, and heavy snow swirling above their heads. They were standing on a piece of glacier which stretched as far as the eye could see, but they didn't know where they were. Daoist Fangjing, who was next to her, was startled. "Oh." Mo Tiange hastily asked, "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, do you recognize this place?" Daoist Fangjing nodded, then looked at her and said, "This is the northernmost glacier." The northernmost glacier. When Mo Tiange heard what he said, she was also gobsmacked. The celestial pole's terrain consisted of the towering Kunwa mountain range in the east and southeast, the Devil's Path, which was separated from Tiandao's sect by a mountain in the northeast, the uninhabited desert in the west, and the northernmost glacier. Wanderer Ziwei's Immortal's cave was in the Wind Breath Valley of Mount Jiuling in Jin country. It was located in the central region, so it was more than 10,000 miles away from here. This transporting formation actually sent them so far away. Mo Tiange took out the jade slip, but she discovered that the destination of the transporting formation wasn't written on it. Could it be that they were transported randomly? She wouldn't be able to get an answer to this question unless she completed Wanderer Ziwei's task and returned to the Wind Breath Valley. The two of them were standing on top of the glacier, braving the cold wind and heavy snow, but they actually felt a bit cold. Once cultivators built their foundation, they wouldn't be affected by heat or cold. This cold wind could actually make two middle-stage foundation building cultivators like them feel cold, so it obviously wasn't an ordinary cold wind. Mo Tiange clasped her palms together, then moved her spiritual aura to expel the coldness from her body. She then turned towards Daoist Fangjing and asked, "Fellow Daoist Fangjing, since you're here, what's your plan?" Daoist Fangjing muttered to himself for a moment, then answered, "I originally planned to return to Kunwu. I was just passing through the secular world to look for some special spiritual plants and spiritual panaceas. Since there's nothing else here, I'd better go back first." He paused for a moment, then asked Mo Tiange, "What about fellow Daoist Yi? What do you think about this matter?" Mo Tiange said faintly, "With our current abilities, this matter is still a bit difficult. Not to mention the fact that the message Senior Ziwei left behind was from 5,000 years ago, so it's hard to find it now. Moreover, Senior Zhao's burial place must have been very dangerous." If she passed away in a sitting posture in her cultivation group, Xuanji School is proficient in the Tao of formations, so the burial place of a nascent soul cultivator must have been filled with traps. If she ran into danger outside, it'd be even more terrible. If even a nascent soul cultivator ran into danger, wouldn't we be courting death if we went? Besides, whether we can find her or not is still a problem. Daoist Fangjing was silent for a long time. I also think so. Fellow Daoist Yi, does that mean you don't plan to look for her now? I'll take my time looking for her and confirm the information first. What she said made Daoist Fangjing look envious. Fellow Daoist Yi, you're an outstanding disciple of a famous cultivation group. If you want to look for something, it'll be much more convenient for you than for an individual cultivator like me. Mo Tiange just smiled but didn't say anything. She had a bit of an advantage in this matter. Daoist Fangjing might have wanted to cooperate with her in the beginning, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. After all, she was in a big cultivation group, so it would be much easier for her to look for things. She could also easily find companions with high cultivation levels. She wasn't like him, who had to painstakingly look for things on his own. Even if he found something, it would be difficult for him to find someone to take risks with him. Since he could do it alone, why should he share the fruits of his labor with others? Because of that, Daoist Fangjing swallowed his words and thought optimistically. Even if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't lose anything. This was also the reason why Mo Tiange didn't invite him. She obviously had a very high chance of obtaining everything, so why should she share it with others? Although she wasn't a profit seeker, she also wouldn't be benevolent enough to share things that were already in her mouth with others. The two of them had a tacit understanding, so they didn't continue talking about this matter. Instead, they changed the topic to the matter at hand. Does fellow Daoist Fangjing want to leave this place immediately and return to Kanwu? What about fellow Daoist Yi? I'm not in a hurry to go back. Taking a stroll around is also good. Upon hearing what Mo Tiange said, Daoist Fangjing guessed she must be a disciple of a famous cultivation group who came out to gain experience. The two of them stared at the boundless glacier and snow, then said together, "Then we'll take our leave first." At this point, they smiled at each other, then Mo Tiange cupped her hands. That being the case, fellow Daoist Fangjing, I'll take my leave now. Daoist Fangjing returned her greeting, then said, I'll go straight south. Fellow Daoist Yi, Jingfa sect isn't far from here, so you can go a bit further north. Mo Tiange nodded. Thank you. The two of them waved goodbye and no longer said anything. One of them went south while the other went north. Amidst the snowstorm, Mo Tiange muttered to herself for a moment before she rode the white silk handkerchief and flew north. Among the 7 great cultivation groups in the Celestial Pole, Jingfa sect was the only one that wasn't in Kanwu. It was located in the northernmost glacial area and specialized in accepting cultivators with water spiritual roots to practice ice spells. For some unknown reason, the residents of this area generally had water spiritual roots, so Jingfa sect dominated the north and was unexpectedly able to contend against several great cultivation groups in Kanwu. However, due to this special geographical location, Jingfa sect was both successful and failed here. The glaciers were bitter and cold, so there weren't many mortals in the north. Mortals were the foundation of cultivators, so Jingfa sect couldn't expand further and could only set up a branch in Kanwu. Nevertheless, the northernmost glacial area was the most advantageous for those who practiced ice spells, so their headquarters could only be located there. All these reasons led to a certain phenomenon. No one in the cultivation world in the entire Celestial Pole dared to look down on Jingfa sect, but no one was optimistic about its future because its advantages and weaknesses were tied together. It couldn't grow stronger, but it also couldn't be easily destroyed. Since she ended up in the northernmost glacial area by chance, Mo Tiange thought she might as well widen her horizons here. Since Jingfa's sect was able to become one of the 7 great cultivation groups in the celestial pole with only one type of cultivation technique, it was clear that Jingfa's sect must have its unique characteristics. It would be beneficial for her to understand more about it. In the current cultivation world, aside from devil cultivators, the so-called sword cultivators, talisman cultivators, martial arts cultivators, and medical cultivators were all Dao cultivators. The Dao was broad and profound. Aside from watching, listening, thinking, discussing, and gaining experience, there was no other way to improve it. Therefore, a person could only enter closed-door meditation after their mental state reached a certain level, but they couldn't delude themselves into closed-door meditation to cultivate from the aura-refining realm all the way to the nascent soul realm. Cultivation was never just cultivation. The further north she flew, the greater the pressure of the cold wind. After flying for half a day, Mo Tiange actually felt her whole body stiffen. She was bewildered. She was already in the peak of the middle stage of the foundation building realm, but she still couldn't withstand this cold wind. What about the low-level cultivators of Jingfa's sect? Could it be that they didn't leave the sect? Or was it because she didn't know the secret? Unable to figure out the reason, Mo Tiange shook her head. She then found a crack between the icebergs and hid inside. This was a narrow crack between 2 icebergs. Fortunately, she was small, so she could squeeze in. Finally, the cold wind stopped, and Mo Tiange felt her body warm up. The ice here and the low temperature didn't affect her at all. Only the cold wind blew on her body like a cultivator's spell. Mo Tiange felt a bit regretful that she didn't ask Daoist Fangjing about this. Since he'd been here before, he should know what was going on with this cold wind. She sat cross-legged in the crack between the icebergs and operated her spiritual aura. After one small circulation, Mo Tiange already felt her whole body warm. Maybe I have to keep operating my spiritual aura. With that thought in mind, she stood up, preparing to continue flying. However, it was only when she stood up that she realized her boots were wet. Before she left, she deliberately made 2 sets of robes that weren't Xianqing School's uniform, but they were made of the same raw materials. After being calcined with innate true fire, they could be considered spirit tools, so they weren't affected by this cold wind at all. However, she didn't remember to make the boots. It was only after she left that she realized the boots had Xianqing School's Taiji auspicious cloud symbol on them. Because of that, when she was in Yi Clan, she casually asked for a pair of boots and wore them. Just as she was about to take out the new boots and put them on, Mo Tiange paused. Didn't I just get a pair of boots from Ziwei's Immortal's cave? After thinking for a moment, she took out the cloud-treading boots and put them on. The moment she put on the cloud-treading boots, Mo Tiange felt as if the boots were measuring the size of her feet. Soon after, the boots automatically changed and tightly fitted her feet. Soon after, a wisp of spiritual aura came out of the boots and concentrated on her feet. When she stepped on them with the new boots, she felt the soles of her feet flying. A thought flashed through her mind. Without using the white silk handkerchief, she soared into the air. In an instant, she had already flown several hundred feet. Upon discovering this, Mo Tiange was pleasantly surprised. She originally guessed these boots could increase her flying speed, but unexpectedly, they were actually a flying magic weapon. In this case, she wouldn't need to use the white silk handkerchief to fly in the future. Although the white silk handkerchief also had a flying function, Zhong Muling clearly said it was originally a defensive magic weapon. Its flying function was something he modified later, so it was slightly inferior to a flying magic weapon. Of course, that was only in his eyes as a deification cultivator. Compared to core formation cultivators and even nascent soul cultivators, the white silk handkerchief's flying speed couldn't be considered bad. As for these cloud-treading boots, they were a magic weapon for peak stage nascent soul cultivators and were also a flying magic weapon. Presumably, they shouldn't be inferior to the white silk handkerchief. In the past, she had to use the white silk handkerchief to both fly and defend, so sometimes she would be flustered. With these boots, wouldn't it be more convenient for her to fight? With this thought in mind, Emotienga's interest was piqued. She immediately urged the cloud-treading boots with all her strength and flew forward. At this moment, if someone was watching from below, they would see a white flight light flying in the sky. Although its momentum wasn't very strong, its speed was far faster than a foundation-building cultivator's. It was almost comparable to a core formation cultivator's. Chapter 171. As she flew through the wind and snow, she used her spiritual aura. Sure enough, she didn't feel cold anymore. Emotienga thought to herself. In that case, the cultivators in the northernmost glacier had to use their spiritual aura all the time. From a certain point of view, didn't that mean they had more time to cultivate than ordinary cultivators? But that wasn't right. Aura-refining cultivators couldn't resist this cold wind. They must have some secret method. While she was thinking, her spread-out divine sense suddenly found traces of living beings. Emotienga stopped, changed her direction, and flew northwest. Her divine sense locked on. Before long, she saw a group of people walking on the glacier. They were mortals. She frowned, waved her sleeves, and descended. The power emitted by a foundation-building cultivator shocked these mortals. When they saw her appearance, they all kowtowed and said, "Greetings, Master Immortal." "Greetings, Master Immortal." While these mortals were kowtowing, Emotienga landed on the ice and said, "Who are you?" Among these mortals, the one kneeling in front was a bearded middle-aged man. He raised his head and respectfully said, "So it's a fairy. We have eyes but failed to see. Please forgive us." His attitude was humble. Emotienga couldn't help but frown. "No need. Stand up and answer me." "Yes, yes." The man answered repeatedly. He then stood up and shouted at the people behind him, "Fairy, let us stand up. Stand up, stand up." These mortals stood up in twos and threes. Emotienga noticed they were all young and strong men. There were also a few women who looked quite strong. "Fairy, we're from the seal tribe. This is the snow lotus we picked this time. Please examine it." As he spoke, he took out a jade box from his robe, opened it, and offered it to her with both hands. Emotienga was stunned. This jade box was used by cultivators to collect spiritual plants. The snow lotus inside was a spiritual plant. What were they doing? Did you mistake me for someone else? Seeing that she didn't accept the jade box, the man looked at her carefully and suddenly understood. "Fairy, you came from the south." "Yes." Emotienga looked at the man and frowned. "What do you mean?" The man said with a simple and honest smile, "Fairy is from the south, no wonder you don't know our northernmost customs. We are lotus pickers. When the immortal masters of the extreme north meet us lotus pickers, they will use spirit stones to exchange for snow lotuses, so that's how it is." This northernmost land was indeed very different from Kunwu. Emotienga remembered what she wanted to ask. "You're mortals, how can you withstand the cold wind and snow? This snowstorm is not normal." "Ah, Fairy doesn't know." The man was surprised. Could it be that Fairy didn't come from Dun City? Dun City. Emotienga paused for a moment. She recalled the Jade Slippy clan gave her saying that regardless of whether one was a cultivator or a mortal, they would have to pass through Dawn City on their way to the northernmost land. Dawn City was the last big city on the way to the northernmost land in the Heartland. If one wanted to get supplies or inquire about information, it would be very convenient, so Dawn City became the only way. If Fairy came from Dawn City, someone should have already told you about our northernmost land when you were getting supplies. Emotianga said faintly, I came directly from the heartland to the northernmost land, so I didn't pass through Dawn City. Why don't you tell me about it? If you tell me in detail, I'll naturally reward you. Upon hearing her last sentence, the man smiled so widely that his eyes bloomed. He said repeatedly, Yes, yes. This lowly one will tell Fairy. As it turned out, the mortals in the northernmost land were different from those in the heartland and Kunwu. They didn't have a country, nor did they have a city, they were only divided into tribes. Each tribe was different in size. The largest tribe had tens of thousands of people, while the small ones only had a few dozen people. On the snowfield stretching thousands of miles in the northernmost land, there were several thousand tribes of various sizes. Their combined population was enough to be mentioned in the same breath as that of the big country in the heartland. However, these tribes weren't all friendly. Some of them married each other, while some of them hated each other. Before Jingfa's sect was established, each of these tribes had their own cultivators, and they were called shamans. Shamans were often the leaders of tribes. If a tribe didn't have a shaman, it had to pay tribute to a tribe that had one. Shamans were the gods of the tribes in the northernmost land. These shamans, on the other hand, were actually just some low-level cultivators. Even the shamans of big tribes were only in the foundation-building realm. This was what Emotianga deduced from the man's words. When the cultivators from Kunwu established Jingfa's sect in the northernmost land, they subdued the shamans of big tribes and ordered all the shamans in the tribes to belong to Jingfa's sect. In return, Jingfa's sect would protect their tribes. In the beginning, the tribes in the northernmost land weren't convinced because they thought Jingfa's sect had broken their tradition. However, as Jingfa's sect used a series of methods, the tribes discovered that their lives became much better with Jingfa's sect's protection. Gradually, they were convinced, and Jingfa's sect became their new god. Several thousand years passed, and Jingfa's sect took root firmly in the northernmost land. Because of this, the tribes there abandoned their traditions. They no longer called themselves shamans. Instead, they followed the way people in the Middle-earth and Kunwu called them immortals or fairies. Their former shamans wore Daoist robes and combed their hair into Daoist buns. Even their unique language was no longer their main language. Instead, they spoke like the people in the Middle-earth and Kunwu. Even their way of life was different from how it was several thousand years ago. The former tribes made a living by hunting fish and wild beasts under the glaciers. It was a very difficult life, and it was easy for them to lose their lives. After Jingfa's sect appeared, all the tribes under their protection would receive a kind of spirit tool that could help them hunt beasts. However, this kind of spirit tool required spirit stones to activate, so they organized lotus-picking teams. They would go to the boundless snowfield to pick snow lotuses and exchange them for spirit stones with cultivators. Although picking snow lotuses was also very difficult, it was much less dangerous than hunting beasts. Because of Jingfa's sect's formidable strength, the mortals of the northernmost land respected cultivators very much. Whenever cultivators passed by, they would warmly welcome them and point them in the right direction. If they were lucky, they could even get a few spirit stones as a reward. The group of people Emotianga ran into was a lotus-picking team from a nearby tribe called Seal. They thought she was a cultivator from Jingfa's sect, so they offered snow lotuses to her. Emotianga nodded then asked, "The cold wind here is also very difficult for cultivators to resist. You're mortals, so why aren't you affected?" The man in the lead explained, "Fairy, you might not know this, but this is the effect of snow lotuses. Every year, we northernmost people use soup made from snow lotuses to wash our bodies. This way, we won't have to worry about the cold wind." Oh. Emotianga stared at the snow lotuses in the jade box. Her interest was piqued. Although these spiritual plants aren't old, they're full of spiritual aura. The cultivators here are actually willing to let mortals like you use them. Fairy, there are a lot of ordinary snow lotuses in our northernmost land, so they're not that precious. However, the snow lotuses they offer to the Master's Immortals are all rare species and not easy to find. Oh, I see, Fairy. Once the man finished speaking, he raised his head and looked at Emotianga eagerly. I wonder if you're interested in this snow lotus. Emotianga was bewildered. Aren't you going to offer it to Jingfa's sect cultivators? Can you also give it to outsiders? The man smiled respectfully and said, Fairy, you might not know this, but Jingfa's sect doesn't restrict us from offering snow lotuses. If cultivators from the south come, we can also exchange them for spirit stones. I heard from a master immortal in my tribe that this snow lotus can be concocted into a kind of medicinal pill that's only effective for people who practice water magic, so cultivators from the south won't come to steal it. At most, they'll exchange some for their own use. This won't affect Jingfa's sect at all. No wonder Jingfa's sect dominated this area. Their unique spiritual roots and magic were the foundation of their establishment. They not only deterred mortals but also bestowed kindness upon them. They didn't treat them harshly, so after a long time, mortals would naturally sincerely revere them as gods. With this thought in mind, Emotianga reached out to take the snow lotus from the jade box. After studying it for a while, she asked, How many spirit stones do you want to exchange this snow lotus for? Upon hearing her question, the man hastily bowed. Master Immortal, however much you're willing to give, it's a reward for us. Emotianga couldn't help but smile when she heard that. Everyone loved to be respectful and flatter, so even if his words weren't sincere, they still made her feel comfortable. Besides, this man looked sincere, so he didn't seem fake. Jingfa's sect was really amazing in this northernmost area. They could actually make these mortals sincerely respect and love cultivators. Emotianga took out a handful of spirit stones from her Qiankuan bag and gave them to the man. Consider this extra your reward for answering my question. This snow lotus was about a dozen years old, so it wasn't considered precious to cultivators. She roughly estimated the price of spiritual plants in Kunwo and estimated it to be worth about 10 spirit stones. The man looked at the dozen or so colorful spirit stones and was pleasantly surprised. He smiled so widely that his eyes disappeared. He nodded repeatedly and said, Thank you, Fairy, for your reward. As he spoke, the group of about a dozen people once again knelt down and kowtowed. Emotianga waved her sleeves, sending out a spiritual aura to support them. She couldn't stand these people kneeling at the drop of a hat. You said this snow lotus can withstand the cold wind by boiling it into soup and washing your body. Are the cultivators of Jingfa's sect also like this? After receiving her spirit stones, the man's attitude became even more respectful. He bowed and answered, We mortals are like this. However, according to the Master Immortal of my tribe, Jingfa's sect has another method suitable for cultivators. Not only can it withstand the cold wind, but it can also increase spiritual aura. Oh. Emotianga was a bit tempted. Is this method allowed to be taught to outsiders? This lowly one doesn't know. The man then hastily added, If Fairy doesn't have any urgent matters to attend to, you can come to our tribe as a guest. Our Master Immortal happened to come back a few days ago. Emotianga thought about it. In any case, she didn't have any specific purpose, so it wouldn't matter if she went to this tribe to take a look. It would be even better if she could learn more about the northernmost area from their Master Immortal. With that thought in mind, she nodded with a smile. That being the case, I'll be bothering you. Upon hearing her agreeing, the man was pleasantly surprised. He hastily returned her greeting respectfully. We don't dare. It's our honor to have Fairy as a guest in our tribe. Fairy, please. Emotianga looked at the snowstorm and said, I'll send you on your way. As she spoke, she raised her hand and summoned the white silk handkerchief. She then cast an art and the white silk handkerchief instantly expanded. With a flick of her sleeve, spiritual aura gushed out, lifting more than 10 mortals up. Seemingly seeing such a method for the first time, the man in the lead was both surprised and delighted. Standing on the white silk handkerchief, he said while trembling, Fairy, what? You don't want to. The man hastily shook his head. Of course not. With Fairy taking us back, we'll be much safer. Thank you, Fairy. As he spoke, he was about to kneel again. Emotianga felt helpless. These people were too respectful to cultivators, they knelt at every turn. She raised her hand to stop them. Stand properly. You'll lead the way. Yes, yes. Fairy, our tribe is in this direction. The seal tribe wasn't far away. Since she was carrying mortals, Emotianga didn't dare to fly too fast. Nevertheless, in just a short while, they could already see the densely packed snow-white roofs below them. As it turned out, in this northernmost area, materials were scarce except for ice, so these mortals used ice to build their houses. The temperature in this northernmost area was extremely low. Even a drop of water would turn into ice, so the houses built from ice were airtight. Not only were they not cold, but they were also very warm. Emotianga learned all of this from the man in the lead. The man in the lead was the chieftain of the seal tribe, Haibo. The northernmost people originally didn't have surnames, but after Jingfa's sect was established, they also started to use surnames. Everyone in the seal tribe had the surname Hai. Looking down from above, the large group of ice houses were sparkling and translucent. Amidst the swirling snow, they looked very beautiful. Fairy, over there. Haibo pointed the way, and Emotianga landed on the open space in the middle of the group of ice houses. There were originally many people on the open space, and each of them was busy with their own business. The women were sewing and drying clothes, while the men were repairing all kinds of utensils and dealing with the carcasses of various animals. Upon seeing them coming down from the sky, everyone gathered around them. Once they landed on the open space and put away the white silk handkerchief, Emotianga discovered that a group of people was kneeling around her. Feeling helpless, she turned to Haibo and said, I don't like this. Tell them to stop kneeling. Haibo nodded, then stepped forward and said loudly, Everyone, get up. This fairy doesn't like people kneeling. Go do what you're supposed to do. Upon hearing the chieftain's words, these people finally stood up one after another. Some went back to work, while others came to talk to their relatives. Haibo turned around and said to Emotianga, Fairy, this way please. Our master Immortal is here. Emotianga nodded, then followed Haibo to the tallest ice house. As they walked, Haibo introduced the place to her. Our tribe's master Immortal is an official disciple of Jingfa sect. If you have any questions, he'll definitely know. Come, Fairy, please. He lifted the animal skin curtain in front of the ice house and politely invited Emotianga to enter. Emotianga smiled and took the lead. When she was above the tribe, she already sensed a foundation-building cultivator's aura. Unexpectedly, there was actually a foundation-building cultivator in this tribe that only had several hundred people at most. Inside was a small hall. The furnishings weren't any different from those in the Heartland and Kunwu, the only difference was the materials. Most of the furniture was made of ice, the curtains were made of animal skin, and there were also some teacups and the like, all of which were carved from wood. Once they entered the small hall, Haibo stood in front of a curtain and shouted, Master Immortal, Haibo requests an audience. Then he respectfully stood in front of the curtain. After a while, a voice came from inside. What's the matter? Hai Bo respectfully reported, "A fairy requests an audience." Once Hai Bo finished speaking, Mo Tiange slightly released the momentum of a foundation-building cultivator. Sure enough, a sound was immediately heard from inside. Soon after, someone lifted the curtain and came out. It was a young man. He was tall and thin, had a thin face, and was wearing Jingfa Sect's Daoist robe. Mo Tiange raised her hand. Just as she was about to salute him, she was startled. "It's you." Chapter 172. This person was Jiang Shanghang, the person she saw on Mount Yunwu more than 10 years ago. The Jiang Shanghang in front of her was a lot different from 10 years ago. When Mo Tiange first entered Yunwu sect, the Jiang Shanghang she saw was young and had a decent face, but his whole body was cold and his eyes were full of disdain, making people not want to get close to him. But the current Jiang Shanghang looked a bit younger than before. He wasn't even 50 years old yet, which was quite young for a foundation-building cultivator. His entire person was much thinner than before, but the uncomfortable gloomy coldness of his body had turned into indifference. His brows had also become gentle, and there was no disdain to hurt others, only a faint indifference. After Mo Tiange was saved by Jiang Shanghang, the two of them fled separately. Mo Tiange attracted the attention of the pursuers, so no one knew Jiang Shanghang was involved and he disappeared smoothly. Later, although Mo Tiange was saved by Qin Shi, she lost second uncle and went to Xianqing school. Separated by thousands of miles, she didn't have time to inquire about Jiang Shanghang. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years had passed. Senior Marshal Brother Jiang. Jiang Shanghang was even more shocked when he saw her expression. When he heard her voice, he regained his composure and said to the curious Hai Bo, "This is my friend. Quickly serve the snow lotus tea." Hai Bo promptly answered, "Yes, yes. Please wait a moment, the tea will be served soon." After Hai Bo left, Jiang Shanghang's gaze finally fell on Mo Tiange. After sizing her up, the astonishment on his face slowly faded and he finally smiled. "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, long time no see." His smile made Mo Tiange sigh inwardly. How could Jiang Shanghang smile in the past? It seemed that leaving Yunwu sect for more than 10 years had changed him a lot. It has indeed been a long time. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 years have passed. I didn't expect we'd meet again here. Jiang Shanghang nodded with a smile. "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, please sit." "Oh, should I change my name now?" Mo Tiange sat down on the guest seat and said with a smile, "What's the difference? I'm still using the name Yi Xiaotian when I'm outside, so Senior Marshal Brother Jiang can still call me that." After a pause, she asked with a smile, "Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, are you using your original name now?" Jiang Shanghang sat down on the seat of honor and shook his head. "My current name is Jiang Shuihan." Upon hearing that he really did change his name, Mo Tiange sighed and nodded. Jiang Shanghang probably changed his name because he had no other choice. When he left Jiang clan, he broke off all relations with Jiang clan. Before he left, he even killed the beloved junior of Jiang clan's core formation cultivator. He wasn't like Mo Tiange, who entered Xianqing school and had protection. If he didn't change his name, it would be very easy for others to find him. It's been so many years. Is Senior Brother Jiang doing well? Why did you become a master immortal of this northernmost tribe and even enter Jingfa sect? I'm doing pretty well. Jiang Shanghang said faintly, "After I left Mount Yunwu, I decided to leave Kunwu and look for other spirit veins to cultivate. However, there are too few spirit veins in the secular world. In the end, after thinking about it for a long time, I came to the northernmost area. Jingfa sect is the most powerful sect in the northernmost area, and it also cultivates water magic, which suits me very well. Kunwu is also far away from here, so presumably, no matter how hard Jiang clan tries, they won't be able to find me in the northernmost area. That is true. In the past, senior brother Jiang also cultivated water magic, so entering Jingfa's sect also complemented each other. Mo Tiange couldn't help but nod. Now that she thought about it carefully, it was very normal for Jiang Shanghang to come to the northernmost area. He mainly cultivated water magic, so Jingfa's sect's cultivation technique was very suitable for him. Furthermore, it was far from Kunwu, so it was a good place to hide. Jiang Shanghang smiled. It was actually a coincidence that I was able to smoothly enter Jingfa's sect. As long as a mortal in the northernmost area has spiritual roots, Jingfa's sect will accept them no matter what kind of spiritual roots they have. However, they're very strict with us cultivators who come from the south. My spiritual roots are too poor, so it was originally very difficult for me to be accepted by them. Oh. Could it be that senior brother Jiang encountered some kind of fated chance? It was also a coincidence. As soon as I arrived here, I happened to run into the people of this tribe. Their master Immortal had just passed away, so they were faced with the predicament of being incorporated by another tribe. Thus, they begged me to become their master Immortal. I thought about it, and since I didn't have anywhere else to go, I agreed. Later, Jingfa's sect changed its name and abandoned the original Jingfa school. To celebrate the change, foreign cultivators like me, who also became a master immortal of a tribe, were allowed to join as an exception. I see. That being the case, Jiang Shanghang had it much harder than she had in the past 17 years. After painstakingly escaping from Yunwu's sect, leaving Kunwu and fleeing to the northernmost area, he must have suffered a lot in the beginning, but fortunately, he finally had some results. Jiang Shanghang stared at her and asked, "Junior Martial Brother Yi, judging from your appearance, you've been living well these past few years. I originally thought it would be good if you could build your foundation, but when I saw you again, your cultivation level was actually much higher than mine. You must have had some kind of fated chance, right?" His own cultivation level was still in the early stage of the foundation building realm. Even if he wanted to advance to the middle stage of the foundation building realm, it wouldn't be something that could be done in a short period of time. Mo Tiange, on the other hand, was already in the peak of the middle stage of the foundation building realm and could advance to the late stage at any time. Mo Tiange also smiled. Jiang Shanghang's current temperament was quite agreeable to her. He spoke bluntly and wasn't as gloomy as before. "It's not bad, I was just lucky. I'm afraid luck alone isn't enough. Junior Martial Brother Yi, you don't have to be so modest." Jiang Shanghang paused for a moment then continued, "Junior Martial Brother Yi, I'll tell you the truth. When we parted that year, I thought you'd most likely be unable to escape the calamity. I never expected that you. How did you escape that time?" "This." Mo Tiange muttered to herself for a moment, but in the end, she told him the truth. "It was almost like that. If Senior Martial Brother Qin hadn't come to save me, I would have died." "Senior Martial Brother Qin?" Jiang Shanghang thought for a moment then said with astonishment, "Are you talking about Junior Martial Brother Qin Shi who lived with us?" Mo Tiange nodded. "After we parted that day, second uncle and I escaped from Mount Yunwu, but we were quickly overtaken by them. Because of that, second uncle died." Mo Tiange's expression became gloomy when she mentioned this matter. Jiang Shanghang looked apologetic. "I'm sorry, I made you remember something sad." "It's nothing." Judging from Jiang Shanghang's current appearance, he was indeed completely different from before. How could he have apologized for this matter in the past? She went on to say, "Before second uncle died, he told me to ask someone for help. That person was a famous core formation cultivator in West Kunwu. Back then, he owed my father a favor, so he left a divine sense sound transmitting talisman behind. After I crushed the talisman, Senior Martial Brother Qin appeared. What? Jiang Shanghang was shocked. He thought for a moment then asked, Junior Martial Brother Qin, could it be that you already have a master? Mo Tiange smiled and nodded. She knew Jiang Shanghang misunderstood, but she didn't intend to explain. In fact, she also thought the same as Jiang Shanghang back then. Qin she also made her think the same. After all, how could an ordinary aura refining cultivator know that he lived with a core formation cultivator for several years? Jiang Shanghang thought for a moment then asked, could it be that Junior Martial Brother Qin's master is much more famous than Yunhui sects, so he could, correct? Mo Tiange said faintly, how could those people from Yunhui sect dare to offend the disciple of Lord Daoist Jinghe from Xianqing School in West Kanwu? What? Jiang Shanghang blurted out and stood up all of a sudden. Right at that moment, someone called from outside, Master Immortal, the Snow Lotus Tea is here. Jiang Shanghang calmed himself down then sat down. His tone regained its calmness. Come in. A woman lifted the curtain then gracefully walked in with a tray. She poured each of them a cup of tea and cautiously looked between them as if she was trying to guess their relationship. Finally, she saluted them then left. The women of this northernmost area were also different from the women of Kunwu in the heartland. Their skin was fair and their facial features were relatively deep. Their statures weren't tall, but they were sturdy. The women Mo Tiange saw on the way to this tribe were all like this, but this woman was obviously a bit more beautiful. Her figure was much more graceful, and she didn't look like someone from the northernmost area. Jiang Shanghang, who noticed her gaze, explained, ever since Zhengfa's sect established itself in the northernmost area, the mortals it brought with it had many marriages with the northernmost tribes. Now, some people in the tribe have bloodlines from the heartland and Kunwu. He then pointed at the Snow Lotus tea on the table. Junior Martial Brother Yi, have you ever drunk this Snow Lotus tea in Dawn City? Back then, I was in a hurry to come to the northernmost area, so I didn't drink this Snow Lotus tea and suffered a lot. Fortunately, I met people from the Seal tribe. Mo Tiange shook her head and said with a smile, I didn't either. Fortunately, I've built my foundation now. Otherwise, I would have also suffered a lot. Jiang Shanghang smiled and the two of them sipped their tea. This Snow Lotus tea was the same as the one in the south. It was dried and brewed, but instead of tea leaves, it was made from snow lotus petals. After taking a sip, Mo Tiange suddenly felt a stream of heat flowing from her abdomen to her limbs and bones. She felt extremely warm. It seemed that not only could she wash herself with Snow Lotus tea, but drinking Snow Lotus tea could also protect her from the cold wind of the northernmost area. Jiang Shanghang put down the teacup, looked at her and continued with the previous topic. Junior Martial Brother Yi, you said Junior Martial Brother Qin is the disciple of a nascent soul cultivator at Xianqing School. Yes. There was nothing she couldn't say. So you're also at Xianqing School now? Mo Tiange smiled faintly and said, I was lucky. When I went to Xianqing School, I won Lord Daoist Jinghe's favor and he accepted me as his registered disciple. After I built my foundation, I became his official disciple. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanghang's gaze towards her was different from before. When he saw that Mo Tiange's cultivation level had already reached the peak of the middle stage of the foundation building realm and she looked confident, he knew she was doing very well. However, he didn't know she was doing so well. An official disciple of a nascent soul cultivator. He thought about himself. After he built his foundation, his cultivation speed wasn't inferior to that of elite disciples, so he thought he was lucky enough. When he occasionally thought about Junior Martial Brother Yi from back then, he always thought she was most likely no longer in this world. Even if she was lucky enough to escape the calamity, she probably wouldn't be able to build her foundation. Unexpectedly, not only did she build her foundation, but she was also doing so well that it was beyond his expectations. In that case, it's no wonder Junior Martial Brother Yi made realm breakthroughs so fast. Not only did you smoothly build your foundation, but you also reached the peak of the middle stage of the foundation building realms so quickly. Jiang Shanghang said with a sigh, everyone has their own fortune, there's no point in being envious. Senior Martial Brother Jiang, you're already an official disciple of Jingfa sect now, why do you need to be envious? With Senior Martial Brother Jiang's temperament, presumably, you also have hope for the Great Tao. Jiang Shanghang smiled bitterly. The Great Tao. That's too far. Back then, I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I thought those two ancestors deliberately suppressed me so that Jiang Qingxian could stand up for me. In fact, even if they didn't suppress me, so what? Maybe I could build my foundation very smoothly, but, after that, my future would be unpredictable. Mo Tiange was silent. If she hadn't obtained the art of the origin and turned from a waste spiritual root of 5 elements into a heaven-gifted genius in one fell swoop, her cultivation path would probably be the same. When she was in the aura refining realm, she always thought that by relying on her own efforts, even if the path to immortality was difficult, she could still reach the other side. However, after she built her foundation, she discovered that her previous thoughts were simply overestimating the immensity of heaven and earth. Aptitude, cultivation technique, temperament, and luck, not a single one could be lacking. At least Senior Martial Brother Jiang built his foundation smoothly, didn't you? Jiang Shanghang sighed. I was able to build my foundation because I entered Jingfa sect. Back then, although I obtained foundation refining pills and constitution enhancing pills, I tried them once and failed. Later, I went to the northernmost area and entered Jingfa sect. I modified their high-grade ice element cultivation technique and won a minor competition in the sect. It was only after I obtained pointers from a core formation senior that I dared to enter closed-door meditation again. This time, I finally succeeded by a fluke. With Jiang Shanghang's aptitude of 4 spiritual roots, being able to build his foundation twice was indeed a fluke. In fact, wasn't she also lucky? Back then, when I built my foundation, I used no less than 4 foundation building pills. If I hadn't received several foundation building pills as a reward from Master, I don't know when I would have been able to build my foundation. Mo Tiange also sighed. She didn't know when she was in the aura refining realm, but after building her foundation, she recalled the process of building her foundation. The two of them sighed, then glanced at each other and couldn't help but smile. Mo Tiange pondered for a moment, then chose a tactful way of saying, right, Senior Martial Brother Jiang, your temperament seems to be different from before. Jiang Shanghang laughed. I know what you mean. You want to say that I'm not as annoying as before, right? Mo Tiange also smiled and didn't deny it. Jiang Shanghang said, it was only after I left the Jiang clan and saw more things that I realized the world was actually this big. When I was in the Jiang clan, in order to cultivate quickly, I kept using secret techniques, which damaged my body and caused my temperament to become very strange. When I arrived at Jingfa sect, I gave up my original cultivation technique and switched to Jingfa sect's high-grade ace element cultivation technique, so I was naturally different from before. I see. No wonder his temperament was different. His previous secret techniques tended to be cold and gloomy, while his current high-grade ice element cultivation technique tended to be cold. Moreover, without the shackles of Jiang clan, he was naturally more cheerful. Besides, here, everyone in the tribe respects me, and Jingfa sect also doesn't bully me. Everything goes smoothly, so I naturally won't be resentful of the world. Mo Tiange thought about it and agreed. The environment affected one's temperament. When she was in Yunwu sect, she was cautious and had a heavy heart. She always greeted people with a smile and didn't dare to offend them in the slightest. When she arrived at Xianqing school, she had a cultivation level, identity, and status, so her personality became more flamboyant and she also learned to show her power to others. Junior martial brother Ye's also different from before. Jiang Shanghang sized her up again then said with a smile, in the past, no matter how I looked at you, junior martial brother Yi was still a child, but now, you can really be considered a fairy. Was this a compliment to her appearance? Mo Tiange felt a bit strange. Even though she changed back to her female clothes, she always wore a loose Daoist robe with big sleeves, and she only wore her hair in a Daoist bun. She didn't even use the jewelry Qin she gave her. When she thought of this name, she was stunned. They hadn't seen each other for 10 years, so she didn't know how his closed-door meditation was going. Master said he was too thoughtful and most likely couldn't form his nascent soul, but he was very persistent. However, she clearly knew he wasn't an impatient person when it came to cultivation, so what made him so anxious to form his nascent soul? Junior martial brother Yi, junior martial brother Yi. Seeing Jiang Shanghang's curious expression, Mo Tiange realized she was distracted just now. She felt annoyed and said, I'm sorry, senior martial brother Jiang. Jiang Shanghang looked at her inquisitively, but in the end, he shook his head and didn't ask anything. Instead, he talked about another matter. Right, you said junior martial brother Qin is Lord Daoist Jinghe's disciple. Are you his martial brother now? Yes. Since he's a disciple of a big sect like Xianqing School and a nascent soul cultivator's disciple, why did he go to Yunhui sect? And he stayed there for 3 years. She also didn't know the reason. Besides, this was Qin's private matter, so it wasn't appropriate for her to say it. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Jiang Shanghang said, I was just asking casually. If it's not convenient, you don't have to say it. Mo Tiange sighed with relief and explained with a smile, this is senior martial brother Qin's private matter. It's not convenient for me to say it. I was too abrupt. Jiang Shanghang put down this question and asked again, how is junior martial brother Qin now? Very good. She swallowed the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Senior martial brother Qin advanced even faster than me. Really? Jiang Shanghang was surprised. He thought for a moment and said, back then, he was only an aura refining disciple, but he was already the disciple of a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be that his aptitude is actually very outstanding? As he spoke, he stared at Mo Tiange with a somewhat strange expression. What he was thinking was that he knew what aptitude this junior martial brother Yi had, but he was unexpectedly accepted as a disciple by a nascent soul cultivator. Could it be because of that junior martial brother Qin? You can say that. Mo Tiange said faintly, senior martial brother Qin is my master's blood-related descendant, and his aptitude is outstanding. Presumably, it's not impossible for him to advance to the nascent soul realm. Nascent soul. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shanghang couldn't help but say, junior martial brother Qin is only in the foundation building realm now, right? He's a genius with a single spiritual root, but advancing to the nascent soul realm isn't a certainty. However, he only saw Mo Tiange smiling slightly as if she didn't care, so he swallowed the rest of his words and said, back then, there were 5 people in our family. Junior martial brother Su died, and you and junior martial brother Qin left. The only one left in Yunwu's sect was senior martial brother Lu. I wonder how proud he is now. When Lu Yidao was mentioned, Jiang Shanghang sneered, seemingly disdainful. Mo Tiange frowned slightly. She asked in confusion, senior martial brother Jiang, back then, you and senior martial brother Lu didn't have any conflicts, right? Of course not. Then why did you? Jiang Shanghang sneered again. I originally thought among cultivators, he was one of those people who valued friendship. Who would have thought I'd see a secret of his? A secret? Mo Tiange was stunned. Correct. Jiang Shanghang said coldly, do you know how junior martial brother Su died? It was during the foundation building pills test. Mo Tiange paused. Since Jiang Shanghang said that, could it be that Su Jingji's death was related to Lui Dao? Upon seeing her expression, Jiang Shanghang nodded indifferently. You should have guessed what I mean. Back then, in that forest, I happened to see them. I saw them being besieged with my own eyes. When they were in danger, senior martial brother Liu, in order to buy himself time to escape, didn't warn junior martial brother Su and took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him to slip away. However, junior martial brother Su was surrounded by Zixia sect's cultivators. Without a doubt, he died. What? Mo Tiange's face paled. She was about to question why Jiang Shanghang didn't make a move even though he saw them, but on second thought, regardless of Jiang Shanghang's temperament back then, since he was bound to lose, he naturally wouldn't throw his life away. However, not making a move was one thing, and abandoning Su Jingji like a sacrificial pawn was another. The last time she saw Lui Dao, he was so angry about Su Jingji's death. Could it be that he had a guilty conscience? Because he did such a thing, he hated the person who made him do it even more. Mo Tiange said slowly, senior martial brother Liu is also in the foundation building realm now. I met him once. He's now a core formation cultivator's disciple of Yunwu sect. Really? Jiang Shanghang sneered with an indifferent expression. I've been away from Yunwu's sect for so long, and I don't plan to go back in the future. Whatever happens to him has nothing to do with me. Mo Tiange was speechless. She also thought the same way. It was something that happened more than 10 years ago. So what if Lui Dao wronged Su Jingji? In any case, she wouldn't have anything to do with him in the future. However, this matter really made her sigh with emotion. Sure enough, one might know a person's face but not his heart. Chapter 173. Jiang Shanghang asked, Junior martial brother Yi, since you're a disciple of a famous school now, why did you come to such a difficult place like the northernmost area? Well, I won't hide it from senior martial brother Jiang. I left the mountain to travel. Jingfa sect and Xianqing school are both Dao schools, so I came to the northernmost area to take a look. Her words were half true. There was nothing to hide about traveling, but it wasn't convenient to talk about fated chances like entering Ziwei's Immortal's cave. Jiang Shanghang naturally didn't know what she was concealing, so he just nodded. This was very normal. Before disciples of big cultivation groups made realm breakthroughs, most of them had to go out to gain experience to avoid failure when their mental state wasn't strong enough. Mo Tiange was now in the peak of the middle stage of the foundation building realm, so according to the rules, she had to go out to gain experience so she could advance to the late stage of the foundation building realm. Where's senior martial brother Jiang? Why aren't you in Jingfa sect? Jiang Shanghang smiled but didn't answer immediately. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes as he said slowly, I won't hide it from you. With my aptitude, it'll be very difficult for my cultivation to advance after building my foundation, so I'm not often in the school. I often go out to find spiritual plants to concoct medicinal pills. Otherwise, with my aptitude, it'll be very difficult. He paused then continued, this time, I left the school with this in mind. Don't be fooled by the boundless snowfield in this northernmost area, in fact, there are many good things there. It'll just depend on whether other people can find them or not. Looking at the mysterious smile on Jiang Shanghang's face, Mo Tiange couldn't help but ask, does senior martial brother Jiang know? Jiang Shanghang was still smiling. If junior martial brother Yi is interested, we can talk about it in detail later. Since junior martial brother Yi came to the northernmost area, I should do my best as a host and entertain you well. Seeing that Jiang Shanghang changed the topic, Mo Tiange knew he still wanted to talk about it, so she didn't ask. She nodded and said, "Thank you, Senior Marshal Brother Jiang. I'm unfamiliar with this northernmost area, so Senior Marshal Brother Jiang's hospitality couldn't be better." Jiang Shanghang laughed then said, "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, you're also very tired. Why don't you take a rest first? After you've rested enough, we can discuss some cultivation matters, or we can show you the scenery of the northernmost area. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Marshal Brother Jiang." Jiang Shanghang nodded with a smile, then raised his voice and shouted, "Guards." After a while, the woman who brought the tea lifted the curtain and entered the room. She bowed and said, "Immortal Master, what are your orders?" Jiang Shanghang said, "Clean up the guest room and properly entertain my friend." The woman glanced at Mo Tiange. "Yes." After that, he walked towards Mo Tiange, bowed respectfully and made an inviting gesture. "Fairy, please come with me." Mo Tiange once again cupped her hands towards Jiang Shanghang, then stood up and followed the woman out of the igloo. The mortal woman led her around a corner and entered an ice house not far away. This igloo was similar to the one Jiang Shanghang was in. It also had a small living room with a curtain door on the inside. It was not convenient to make doors in the ice houses in the extreme north. It seemed that the door curtains were made of animal skin. After bringing her here, the mortal woman respectfully bowed and said, "Fairy, please rest here. If you need anything, just shout for me." Mo Tiange sized up the small igloo. After bowing once more, the mortal woman retreated. Mo Tiange rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She felt very tired, but she still carefully laid a defensive formation inside the house before entering the virtual sky world. It only took her 3 or 4 days to discover spiritual aura fluctuations in Jin country, trace them to Jiuling Mountains Fingxi Valley, enter Ziwei's Immortal's cave, and finally be transported to the northernmost glacier through the transporting formation. For a foundation building cultivator, 3 or 4 days were nothing. However, after going through so many things, she already felt mentally exhausted. After entering the virtual sky world, she was finally safe. She didn't want to do anything, so she simply lay down and slept to her heart's content. When she woke up, she didn't know what time it was. Recalling her experience in Ziwei's Immortal's cave, she took out the 2 stone sculpture puppets, the Xuanji formation book, and the sunstone from her Qiankuan bag. In Ziwei's Immortal's cave, she obtained a total of 5 things. The cloud-treading boots were already on her body. She didn't recognize the unknown ore, but it was certainly not an ordinary object, so she put it away first. The other 3 things were in front of her. These 2 stone sculpture puppets were both in the late stage of the foundation building realm. The control method Wanderer Ziwei left in her mind told her that these puppets could automatically absorb the spiritual aura around them. As long as there was spiritual aura, they could move forever. For the current her, having 2 late-stage foundation building cultivators as helpers increased her strength by more than half. If she controlled them well, she wouldn't need to fear cultivators below the core formation realm. There was also the sunstone. According to Daoist Fangjing, this thing could produce sun real fire and could be used to concoct medicinal pills. This time, for the sake of Jinji's safety, she left Xiaohua next to Jinji's body. Foundation building cultivators didn't have enough Dantian real fire, so they just lacked a suitable concocting fire. The most important thing was still the Xuanji formation book. She witnessed the power of the illusory formation with her own eyes in Ziwei's Immortal's cave. At that time, Wanderer Ziwei was lenient. If he wasn't lenient, how terrifying would that formation be? If that was the case, then it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that after learning this profound formation tome, she would be able to fight many enemies at once if she was prepared. Even if she were to face a high-grade cultivator, it wouldn't be as if she didn't have any life-saving measures. She immersed her divine sense into the jade slip. Just as she was about to start studying this Xuanji formation book, she heard a voice outside the virtual sky world. Fairy, fairy. Mo Tiange pressed the space between her eyebrows and exited the virtual sky world. She then opened the formation and said, "Come in." Someone lifted the curtain outside and entered, stopping outside the inner door. Then, the voice of the woman from yesterday could be heard. "Fairy, our immortal master has invited you. Would it be convenient for Fairy to meet him?" As it turned out, Jiang Shanghang wanted to see her. Mo Tiange nodded. "I understand. Let's go now." The woman bowed again and led her back to the igloo from yesterday. As soon as she lifted the curtain, Jiang Shanghang was already waiting for her in the living room. When he saw her coming in, he stood up and greeted her. "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, I didn't disturb you, did I?" Mo Tiange smiled and said, "No, I'm just idle and have nothing to do." Jiang Shanghang replied with a smile, "That's good. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, yesterday I said I'd take you to see the scenery of the northernmost area. Since the weather is fine today, how about we go out for a walk?" "Sure." Since the master invited her, what reason did she have to refuse? The two of them left the igloo. Under the worship of the mortals in the tribe, they used their respective flying magic tools and flew into the air. The mortals below looked at them with envy and respect. Mo Tiange even saw a mother holding her child who was only 3 or 4 years old and earnestly teaching him. "Xiaofeng, do you see that? This is Master Immortal. Master Immortal said you have spiritual roots. Although it's not very good, you can still cultivate. Cultivate well, and when you grow up, you'll be able to fly like Master Immortal." Jiang Shanghang presumably also heard what she said, so he smiled and said, "That child only has 5 spiritual roots, but in the end, he can still cultivate. Everyone's hopes are on him." Mo Tiange was a bit surprised. "There are only several hundred people in this tribe, right? Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, you said you came to this tribe because their Master Immortal passed away, and now they have a child with spiritual roots. Why does it seem like the probability of them having spiritual roots is very high?" "Correct. I was also very surprised when I first came here." Jiang Shanghang said, "The probability of the mortals in the northernmost area having spiritual roots is much higher than in the heartland. It's almost not inferior to the cultivation clans in Kunwu. A tribe with several hundred people can have one person with spiritual roots. However, their spiritual roots are generally poor, and cultivators with 3 spiritual roots or more rarely appear. Furthermore, their cultivators' lifespans are also shorter than Kunwu people's." "Oh, I guess it might be because of the special environment in the northernmost area. They need the protection of cultivators, so gradually, they have more cultivators than Kunwu. However, since there are advantages, there are naturally disadvantages. The price is that their cultivators' lifespans are shorter than Kunwu's." This made sense. In the Middle Ages era, there was a popular theory, the survival of the fittest, that only the fittest could survive. Facts also proved this principle. Those who were passed on adapted to the changes in the environment, and those who couldn't adapt died. One day, the weather was fine, just like Jiang Shanghang said. The sun appeared in the sky, giving them a bit of warmth when it shone on them. Under the sunlight, the glaciers reflected colorful light, dazzling and beautiful like a rainbow. Mo Tiange flew in the sky and looked down. She only saw a boundless sparkling glacier with rainbows hanging between them, which was really intoxicating. Jiang Shanghang turned around and saw her expression. He said with a smile, "Junior Marshal Brother Yi also thinks the scenery in the northernmost area is very beautiful." Mo Tiange nodded and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "The world is so big, and each place has its own beauty. Kunwu mountain range is majestic, and this northernmost glacier with its boundless whiteness is also very spectacular. Yes. Jiang Shanghang looked proud. Only after coming to the northernmost area did I realize how vast the world is. Why should I be restricted to one mountain or one person? Jiang clan doesn't treat me well, so I'll just leave. The world is so big, is there no place for me to go? In such a beautiful world, why should I be depressed because of Jiang clan that doesn't treat me well? You're right. Mo Tiange couldn't help but clap her hands and praise him. Senior Marshal Brother Jiang is so broad-minded. If there's wine, you'll naturally drink it. Ha! Jiang Shanghang looked up and laughed. He took out a small bottle of wine from his robe and threw it to her. You want wine? Isn't this it? Mo Tiange caught it. When she saw him taking out another bottle from his robe and opening it, looking very heroic, she also couldn't help but feel heroic. She also pulled out the cork and clinked her bottle with his. To Senior Marshal Brother Jiang for being reborn and being different from the past. Jiang Shanghang smiled. To our escape, to our reunion after more than 10 years, to this vast world, and to our beautiful future. The two of them finished their wine in one gulp. Jiang Shanghang threw the bottle away and heaved a sigh of relief. After being in the northernmost area for more than 10 years, I don't want to go back to Kunwu. This place is peaceful and happy. Although there are occasional disputes and daily life is hard, it's better than Kunwu's unpredictable people who scheme every day. Is that so? Mo Tiange gazed into the distance. The boundless snowfield was empty, devoid of people, and only the cries of wild beasts could be heard. She also wanted this kind of peaceful and happy life. However, everything was good for her now in Xianqing school. She had a master, friends, and relatives. These things were more important to her. Chapter 174. After enjoying the scenery, Jiang Shanghang said, Junior Marshal Brother Yi, do you know that this northernmost glacier is actually an ocean? Mo Tiange was surprised. An ocean? Yes. Jiang Shanghang pointed to the north. Over there, north of the glacier. Mo Tiange looked as far as she could but couldn't see anything. Jiang Shanghang leaped up and stepped on his flying magic tool. Let's go. Seeing that he was in high spirits, Mo Tiange also leaped up. Jiang Shanghang had already seen her flying in the air without using a flying magic tool, so he couldn't help but ask, Junior Marshal Brother Yi, you can actually fly this fast? Mo Tiange smiled. Of course not. Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, look at my boots. These are flying magic tools. Jiang Shanghang naturally noticed that the boots on her feet were full of spiritual aura, but he wasn't sure. Now that he heard her words, he took a second look at them, feeling quite envious. As a flying magic tool, boots were much more convenient than ordinary flying magic tools, and they also saved magic power. However, flying magic tools in the shape of boots were very rare. Since Mo Tiange said they were magic tools, Jiang Shanghang naturally felt envious. Although he was now a disciple of Jingfa sect and was respected, he didn't have a master and was only an ordinary sect cultivator. He naturally didn't have any magic tools, but he had good magic tools. The two of them flew north. After flying for about half a day, they heard a rumbling sound. When they got closer, Mo Tiange saw a vast ocean between the huge glaciers. This is the ocean, yes. Jiang Shanghang floated in the air, looking at the ocean in the distance. This is the northernmost ocean. It's so vast that I don't know where it leads to. There are demonic beasts everywhere, and there are countless rare treasures. It all depends on whether people have the ability to take them away. When Mo Tiange heard what he said, she turned her head and stared at him thoughtfully. Jiang Shanghang turned back and smiled. It seems Junior Marshall Brother Yi understands what I mean. Yes, in order to cultivate, I always go deep into the northernmost ocean to look for spiritual objects to exchange for cultivation needs. I told Junior Marshall Brother Yi about this because I wanted to ask if you were interested. Mo Tiange didn't answer immediately. Instead, she turned around and looked at the boundless ocean in front of her. In the northernmost area, whether it was the boundless snowfield or the ocean in front of her, it was so vast and peaceful that people couldn't help but feel open-minded. She couldn't bear to let the matters of the cultivation world taint it. Senior Brother Jiang, are there any treasures here? What's the price? Upon hearing what she said, Jiang Shanghang seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He pointed at a place in the distance and said, Junior Marshall Brother Yi, do you see that sharp horn? Mo Tiange looked in the direction he was pointing. It was an iceberg about 1,000 feet tall. It looked like a sharp knife tearing a corner of the sea apart. Jiang Shanghang said, that iceberg has a name among the disciples of Jingfa sect. How should I address you? Correct, that isn't an ordinary iceberg. It hasn't melted in 10,000 years, nor has it drifted away, firmly standing here. We call it the land of the hidden dragon. The land of hiding dragon. Mo Tiange repeated with a puzzled expression. Dragons were the most powerful of the ancient divine beasts. The dragon clan was born with divine abilities, and they were once the race closest to gods. They could move clouds and summon rain, and they could swallow rivers and spit out oceans. Even a newborn dragon child had the same ability as a core formation cultivator. At the end of their cultivation, they would become winged dragons. They could fly in the sky, dive into the earth, and roam the universe. They were also the most carefree race. Senior Marshall Brother Jiang, are you trying to say that dragons really exist? Jiang Shanghang shook his head. We don't know whether dragons really exist or not. However, this land of the hidden dragon has been passed down among Jingfa sect disciples for thousands of years. I've also seen it. There's indeed a mysterious spiritual breath inside, but no one knows whether it's a dragon or not. Is it dangerous inside? Of course. Danger and opportunity coexist. A fervent glint flashed in Jiang Shanghang's eyes. He said in a low voice, we once had a senior who obtained a mysterious treasure inside and entered the core formation realm in one go. But among the disciples who entered, some came out with serious injuries, and some died. Seeing that Mo Tiange didn't say anything, he anxiously asked, Junior Marshall Brother Yi, are you not interested? Mo Tiange smiled faintly and cast him a glance. Senior Marshall Brother Jiang, what happened to your magnanimity just now? Jiang Shanghang was startled. A blushing expression appeared on his face, but he still said resolutely, I'm no longer trapped by my past. I can embark on the path of cultivation, so how can I give up? If I can go further, I naturally won't give up the opportunity to become an immortal. Mo Tiange was silent. The great path to immortality was just these 4 words. How many magnanimous people couldn't see through it, let alone Jiang Shanghang? She took a deep breath and said, Senior Marshall Brother Jiang, if there aren't enough benefits, I don't need to risk my life. What do you think? Jiang Shanghang was startled, but when he recalled her current identity, he finally reacted. He still smiled and said, this land of hiding dragon isn't the only place where ordinary disciples like us go to look for treasures, even the elite disciples in the school also flock like ducks. Junior Marshall Brother Yi, do you think there aren't enough benefits inside? Is that so? Jingfa sect was also one of the 7 great cultivation groups in the celestial pole. Its power was only slightly smaller than Xianqing school and Gujin sect, so that meant, seeing that Mo Tiange didn't seem very interested, Jiang Shanghang said, Junior Marshall Brother Yi, don't underestimate the treasures inside. In Jingfa sect, even nascent soul cultivators often go to the land of hiding dragon. Unless you're a disciple in the foundation building realm or above, you can't invite disciples who aren't from our school to enter. Oh. His words piqued Emotienga's interest. Nascent soul cultivators wouldn't be interested in ordinary treasures at all. Treasures that could make them frequently go there to look for treasures had to be natural treasures. Seeing that Emotienga finally looked a little interested, Jiang Shanghang hastily said, "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, if it was someone else, I wouldn't want to tell you, but you're my old friend. You're a reliable person and your strength isn't bad, so I felt at ease to ask you to be my companion. You don't need to worry too much, and it won't be dangerous to the point of death. Ever since I built my foundation, I've been there many times, and I always came back safely. As long as I'm careful and well prepared, my life usually won't be in danger." "Is that so?" Emotienga was slightly moved by what he said. "That being the case, why did Senior Marshal Brother Jiang insist on inviting me? Wouldn't it be better if we went together?" Jiang Shanghang smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I won't hide this from you. I'm just an ordinary foundation building cultivator in Jingfa sect. I don't have a close relationship with my fellow disciples, so I'll always be in a disadvantageous position if we enter the land of Hiding Dragon together. The few people I have a good relationship with are all mediocre. If Junior Marshal Brother Yi goes with me, with your help, I'll be able to have a say." "So that's how it is." Emotienga mulled it over in her heart. What he said seemed to be true. Among big cultivation groups, there were also small groups, and Xianqing School was no exception. "Then, when do you plan to go, Senior Marshal Brother Jiang?" Upon hearing Emotienga's tone and knowing that she didn't refuse, Jiang Shanghang was delighted. He said, "I return to the tribe this time to prepare for my trip to the land of Hiding Dragon. I've already made an appointment with my fellow disciples, so there's about 10 days left." Emotienga nodded. "Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, please tell me what I need to pay attention to." "In fact, it's nothing," Jiang Shanghang said. "Presumably, Junior Marshal Brother Yi has prepared medicinal pills, magic tools, and so on. There's only one thing: entering the land of Hiding Dragon requires some secret medicines. Junior Marshal Brother doesn't need to worry about this. I'll prepare your share." "All right." Emotienga formally agreed. "That being the case, I'll go with Senior Marshal Brother Jiang." Jiang Shanghang beamed with joy. "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, I'll remember your kindness this time." Emotienga waved her hand. "If it's also beneficial to me, it's nothing." Once the two of them finished talking, Emotienga observed the surrounding scenery for a while before heading back with Jiang Shanghang. On the way, Jiang Shanghang gave her a brief introduction to the land of Hiding Dragon. As it turned out, the shamans of the northernmost lands already knew about the land of Hiding Dragon before Jingfa sect arrived. Every year on the 15th day of the 8th month, they would gather there to offer sacrifices. Occasionally, some people obtained fated chances there and advanced to the foundation building realm. But at that time, the land of Hiding Dragon didn't have this name yet. After Jingfa sect was established, they learned about the land of Hiding Dragon and sent a nascent Soul Dao ancestor to explore it. In the end, they returned after a thrilling adventure, and the land of Hiding Dragon's name was passed down. The strange thing was that after several thousand years, countless Jingfa sect disciples entered the land of Hiding Dragon and obtained a lot of treasures from there, but the number of treasures never decreased. Emotienga couldn't help but ask, "Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, how's that possible?" Jiang Shanghang answered, "Yes, that's what I thought in the beginning. But ever since I built my foundation, every time I entered the land of Hiding Dragon, I found that it was completely different from the last time." "Completely different?" Emotienga was puzzled. "What kind of scenery is it inside?" "Yes, it's completely different," Jiang Shanghang said. "The land of Hiding Dragon is located underwater, so it's a world in the sea. But every time we went inside, we found that the terrain was completely different from the last time. Even the demonic beasts and resources were completely different. Are there any traces of formations inside? Jiang Shanghang smiled bitterly and shook his head. I can't see it. Even our nascent soul grandmasters can't see it. Mo Tiange looked pensive. So you're saying it's an existence that surpasses our current realm? Yes. Jiang Shanghang nodded. Every year on the 15th day of the 8th month, the tide rises. After that, the scenery inside will completely change. We can't stay inside when the tide rises. Of course. It said that there were people who couldn't come out when the tide rose. After a day passed, they couldn't be found anymore. But Jiang Shanghang paused for a moment and said with some hesitation, I once heard from a senior martial brother that the second layer of the land of hiding dragon changes every few years. The second layer. Mo Tiange frowned. Are there several layers inside? Correct. There are 3 layers inside. The first layer can be entered by U.S. foundation building and aura refining disciples, but the second and third layers can only be entered by cultivators in the core formation realm and above. Has this been a rule of your Jingfa sect for several thousand years? Yes. Jiang Shanghang didn't hide anything. This was a rule set by the founder of our sect. Someone once violated it, and as a result, several foundation building cultivators entered the second layer and never came back. Mo Tiange was stunned. It's actually that serious. She pondered for a moment then asked, then what's in the second layer? Did the core formation seniors in your sect say anything? No. Jiang Shanghang shook his head and advised her, Junior Martial Brother Yi, our lives are more important. We'll just go to the first layer. If we're lucky on the first layer, we can also obtain natural treasures, so there's really no need to take risks on the second layer. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.